from experience. I'm currently driving a 2025 Murano from Auto Centers Nissan, and man, it is a sweet ride. The redesigned exterior and interior is sleek, the technology is user-friendly, and I love the Pro Pilot Assist to ensure that my family and I get to where we're going as safely as possible. Looking at used cars, Auto Centers has 0 down and no payments for 3 months. And remember, at Auto Centers Nissan, every new vehicle comes with dealer pricing, a lifetime warranty, and a 30-day return promise. Inventory's hot, deals are hotter, but it all blows out soon. These offers won't last. Check them out, Auto Centers Nissan and AutoCentersNissan.com.
You may have heard Doug Voss and Safe Money Radio. His shows have been on several radio stations for many years. Now he can be heard every Sunday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on 101 ESPN. Doug's super excited to get to the ESPN audience as he's a huge St. Louis sports fan. Doug is an expert at minimizing the impact of market volatility on his clients' assets. So catch Safe Money Radio every Sunday at 10 a.m. on 101 ESPN. Doug Voss is a registered representative. Securities offered through D.H. Hill Securities, LLLP. Member FINRA and SIPC.
Katie, I love your motto. No gimmicks, just guarantees. You aren't going to raise your prices just so you can scream and shout you're having a sale and rebate down to the base price.
You're right. We also aren't going to inflate our prices when you are likely to need us the most.
As a longtime homeowner, I know it's not easy to have an HVAC company you can trust. I now have one. Elite Comfort Experts.
Let Elite Comfort Experts earn your trust. No gimmicks, just guarantees. 636-800-2089 or find us online at elitecomfortexperts.com.
Are we waiting on your little pill to hit home base?
No, I got a chewable. It works faster.
Oh, so we can get naughtier sooner?
And longer.
Victory Men's Health has launched VictoryRx.com. Get prescribed our #1 ED medication. It has the combined power of Cialis and Viagra in a chewable tablet and better absorption. It's easy. Get a consultation on VictoryRx.com and your ED chewable. VictoryRx.com, where men's sexual health matters.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown.
Seven o'clock in St.Louis, you are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and we welcome you to participate in the program. Doug, myriad of ways. I'm going to give you 4.
Okay. I don't like the word myriad, but go ahead.
314-399-9646. That's how you can text in Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you can call in. Chairman Kurt mans the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. You can participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where John Scores is talking a Run TMC 50 and Doug's Fixed Gong, who says Tim with 3. Is that 3 or 4 exclamation points? I'm not wearing my readers.
No.
I'm not wearing my readers. Is that 4 exclamation points? Jackson says 3.
Okay.
27-year-old vision.
Jackie, are you not speaking?
Oh, I'm speaking.
Okay, just hold up fingers.
It's like we were running an offense.
It was
run 3.
Yeah, we're on 3.
And then you got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, and down the stretch we come for the month of July. And it looks like Paul Harvey, Milk Mustache, has a 2-goal lead on Dalton, Shooter, McGavin, a 3-goal lead on the Joey Vitale, Lemming, Salty Bald Dad, Buck Swope, Alan Dadeville, Phil from the 618, and Biscuits with McGravy. Doug, the table has been set for a Stiefel dossier that features Brad Thompson joining us coming at 9:30, as I expect a magical week in Cardinal baseball with the trade deadline fast approaching.
Well, they've already made one big trade. Eric Fetty traded yesterday for, well, if you want to give us money or a player, we don't care. You decide. That sounded like what that was for. So I suppose they're done having made that.
They're sassified.
Doug was there on Sunday, and he stayed the entire game.
I did, yeah.
You should have been given season tickets for next year.
Wow. How about that? How many fans? I think 26,000 was the announced attendance.
Yeah,
what was your handicap?
I guess 10-ish. Maybe 10 there. Yeah, maybe. 10 or 12.
Oh, boy. Martin, you've always dreamt of a late July, burning hot Monday night game against the Marlins. You got it.
Yeah, the Marlins are here. It's a Monday, and it's 140 degrees out. What's the giveaway tonight? Other than tickets, what is the giveaway?
I got a nice hat yesterday.
See, Doug went for the hat.
Mm-hmm. I didn't go for the hat. I didn't even realize there were hats. I had nothing else to do.
Really?
So I went with my son, Nick.
Good for you.
You can go to a lot of games. That's a wonderful thing.
He caught a ball and 2 T-shirts out of the slingshots.
Are you
that
serious?
They shoot. 2
You got a foul ball?
No, the players, as they run off the field, throw balls into the stands, and Luis Arias threw one to him. So he caught that.
How about that?
And he
Super cool.
2 T-shirts from the T-shirt slinging girls who stand on top of the dugout and fire those in there.
Oh,
he gives those to little kids. But
I say the odds are better now that you're going to get a ball, you're going to get a T-shirt. If you go on down to the yard because it's not too crowded, you got a chance to walk home with a prize.
Yeah, I figured there's probably 100 or more people walk away with either a baseball or a T-shirt or something. That's a big deal for kids who like that.
Oh, yeah.
I would think it'd be pretty bleak tonight. You got that combination. Although the Marlins are better, since the barbecue seemed to bring them some like bonding back in February. It seems to have worked for them. They're not terrible, but
they're 2.5 games back of the Cardinals, Martin.
So this is a big series for them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know who I saw at the game yesterday? Joe Roderick. Said he'd been to all 4 games in the series.
Just hoping to catch a T-shirt?
I think so. Oh, it was toasty. It was toasty.
So, Doug, you got a new gong while I was away?
Is that right?
You have a repaired gong and a new gong.
It's a tenor. I call it a tenor gong.
Did you go out and purchase it?
No, it came. Somebody delivered it.
Just appeared.
There's the new one.
Oh, wow.
There's the old one.
Little different pitch on the new one, I notice.
Is that for like Jackie Lemmings? They get a lowered little ding?
Mm-hmm.
Who repaired the gong, Doug? I'm sorry I was away. Who repaired the gong?
Kurt. He put a staple in there and it held it together. Oh, I got what I want now.
A lot of fine engineering.
I'm about to start a boys' bell choir.
I like that. Sharon in Clayton says, morning, guys. I'm back in the 314. My trip to Target yesterday got me hopping mad. Pumpkin spice featured prominently on the shelves. It's July 27th. If I didn't love Target so much, I'd boycott for life. No Target, no. Also, welcome back, Tim. Doug, that's Sharon, and she is in Clayton.
Oh, hello,
and she
Sharon.
is the star of Real Housewives of TMA, and one of the episodes will be pumpkin spice based.
I've noticed that in stores, too. Some big Halloween decorations. Is anybody out there buying right now and decorating for Halloween? Anyone at all?
I think Midge is.
Midge?
Maybe Marge.
Okay.
Couple.
It just seems really early for that. If you waited 2 months, September, I'd say, okay, maybe July? I don't get it either. I don't get it.
Are you mad at pumpkin spice?
I couldn't be more furious.
I kind of
Treat bitches.
I kind of sense that from Doug. I think the headline is that Nolan Arenado is back in the mix. I also think, and I don't know how many people are aware of these reports, Katie Wu with an article on The Athletic over the weekend about Brendan Donovan being in the mix. And then Mark Feinsand on MLB.com talking about whoever does not get Suarez for the third base sweepstakes this week would be interested in Nolan Arenado. There is renewed interest in Nolan Arenado. He does say this because it would make sense with what the Astros have going on, that would be a trade partner. I believe you brought that up logically last week, Doug, if memory serves, when Paredes got hurt, that the Astros would be a suitor, but per his report, they do not appear to be inclined to make another bid for Arenado to heal that which was wounded in December when he used his no-trade clause to go to Houston, even though, per Katie Wu, Houston was one of the 5 teams that was on his accepted list. Now the game may change. Nolan Arenado, per Mark Feinsand, being in the mix to go at the trade deadline.
Yeah, he's not hitting a lick right now. He's 8 for 49 in July, stuck on 10 home runs for the year. I don't know how much you're going to get for him. If you can get out from under some of the salary, I guess you move him for anything.
And Sonny Gray also. We had Bob Nightingale's report last Monday saying that Sonny Gray said he would not go anywhere. Well, now Katie Wu is saying that might be changing. So Sonny Gray could be going as well.
What if the conversation is Mozeliak saying to Contreras and Gray?
Contreras has not been mentioned. Have you seen Contreras mentioned?
No, but I'm just saying if he goes back to the same group that he went to in October, November of last year and said, you really wanted to stick around, here you go.
Right.
And they say, you know what, where would I be going? Who's interested? I wouldn't mind getting out of here. You know what? After the way things are going, doesn't look like it's going to be any better next year. I'm getting older. Gosh, it would be kind of nice. Sure, the family's got to move. I wonder if the group of three, Arenado was always willing, would they reconsider? I was looking at Arenado yesterday. It was late in that game, and I was down. I was not there the entire game, but I got down there midway, and at one point, they're on the mound talking to the pitchers, and I just looked, and Arenado was just kind of like looking around the stadium. And I was wondering.
Really?
And he was just
taking it in.
Yeah, he was just kind of, they were just downtime in the game, but he was at third base. And I just looked at him. He was just kind of looking around. And I would love to have known, was he thinking, man, what happened here? Or what am I doing here? Or why didn't I go to Houston? It felt like he was having some moment of reflection. Yeah. He might have just been saying, God dang, it's hot as hell here.
How could he not be thinking that? Everyone else is thinking that. Even the fans are thinking that. What happened here?
I mean, part of it is the Heat, of course, but the Padres are a star-laden team. It was just a moment where I think he really was taking it in and probably wondering. At some point, he has to have thought about, why didn't I just go to Houston? You know what I mean? Why didn't I?
An injury-laden team that is in first place. Now, they've had a 4-game losing streak, but they're probably going to get some of their players back. I would imagine they will be buying this week. But Arenado not to Houston. Again, who knows? But that's what Mark Feinsand, who does seem like he's pretty plugged in, is saying that the Astros are not inclined to go back down that road. With regard to Donovan, does that surprise you that he is now being discussed? He was being discussed by both the Yankees and the Dodgers. The thought is with the Yankees getting McMahon that they may be out on him, but the Dodgers could be in on him.
Donovan might be one player that you could actually get a nice return from. Other than some of the guys you don't want to trade at all, you know, some of the guys that you would think that the Cardinals have protected, Weatherholt and Doyle and maybe Herrera and Wynn probably. But of the guys that are a little bit older and tradable, I would think Donovan is one guy you could get a return from. So, no, it doesn't surprise me.
What do you think, Matt?
I think you got to consider it because you're trying to reset the franchise. He's a great player, but he's getting closer to 30. And if you're not going to be good for another year or two, and you got Weatherholt coming up, who could play second. And the problem is you still haven't really resolved much. I think the problem with this whole year is that what have you really settled on? What do you feel you've decided? Maybe that Herrera's a big league hitter. Liberatore a decent starter. But have you really come to any conclusion about Walker or Gorman or even Victor Scott, you know, Newt, like how do you feel about this group? You haven't had much clarity, which was the whole goal.
So I would say on that, the fact that we're saying, which I agree with you for the record, that you haven't necessarily seen anything that would convince you that you have some solutions when the team is back in the mode of being competitive, that speaks to the verdict, so to speak. In other words, I kind of subscribe to if you have to have the debate on a Hall of Famer, they're not a Hall of Famer. If you have to have the debate on whether or not they're a solution, they're not a solution. And, you know, that is where I think the Cardinals are on the majority of the names you just mentioned. I will say this, and I think it's probably flying under the radar, and it probably should, but Jordan Walker has gotten it going, not with power numbers, but he has been hitting the ball well and getting on base a good amount here since coming back. So that is encouraging. Still, the power isn't there, but that's encouraging. But otherwise, it sounds like you got a bunch of guys, just guys, that oftentimes are labeled as a surplus. But in reality, it's not a surplus. It's just a number of guys who play the same position. So from my standpoint, I really hope that this week concludes with substantial changes for the Cardinals. That is my hope. I do not want to just see a couple of relievers go. I want to see substantial changes.
Like
That's
moving
what my hope is.
moving Phil Maton doesn't
Exactly.
excite anyone.
Maton, Mats.
Right.
I mean, Helsley to me strikes me as obvious. I realize that's a big name. But again, those strike me as obvious. I would love to see big, bold moves. That, to me, is, for the most part, what the franchise has lacked over the last decade of what, again, for the most part, 19 and 22 being the outliers, that the organization has lacked, and I think that has played a role in sowing the seeds of mediocrity or last-place baseball that we've seen.
I've come to think that they have to hang on with Jordan Walker and give him a long run. I think if you start trading players, isn't Jordan Walker the exact kind of player you would want to get in return? A young player with a huge potential upside who's maybe in the minor leagues or maybe just had a year or two in the big leagues and hadn't quite got it figured out. I think if you could get 2 or 3 more Jordan Walkers in a bunch of trades, I think you'd be pretty happy with that.
And you don't want to trade a former first-round pick when the value's low. So I don't think he's in play. I think you're right. And the rest of the way, he's going to be playing a ton. They point to the fact even when he's getting walks now that's progress because he's not chasing pitches that he normally would chase. So maybe there's the next couple of months you get some clarity with him, but I still feel like you don't really have an outfield. You got a bunch of guys who can kind of play second or middle infield who can maybe also play the outfield. I think trading Donovan would upset some folks. But depending on the return, I think it would make sense at this point. And what is the goal even next year is going to be more of the same. They're not going to be active in the offseason. So you might as well kind of start positioning yourself for who are your younger players for next year.
It is the morning after on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And we welcome you to participate in the conversation this morning regarding trade deadline week here. And your thoughts are welcome by texting in Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to call in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of our phone lines. And then we have an active YouTube chat already at youtube.com/TMASTL, where 141 friends have gathered early in the morning to talk it over, like Professor Roy Hinckley, who's talking to old Too Fat to Kayak, who's talking to, look, Doug, it's John Cusick and Mark McCarthy, and they're talking to Jeff Spicoli, old Sean Penn.
Okay.
Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat, and Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email today, which comes your way on the Stiefel dossier at 10:45. Design Air online at designairservice.com. I'm a longtime client, so is Martin, and so is Doug, and they are the longest-running sponsor on TMA. And Doug, even though the forecast calls for a break in the temperatures, thank goodness, on Thursday, a high of 80 on Thursday, 81 on Friday, 79 on Saturday, 81 on Sunday.
Sweet, sweet action.
I'm telling you, today and tomorrow, 95 and 96. If the air conditioning goes out, it's real simple. DesignAirService.com. I got this email from a listener on Friday. Tim, I wanted to share the review I left on Design Air's website just now. A very positive experience. Feel free to share with Seth Goldcamp and or read on the air. I'm added to the client list along with you, Martin and Doug. Here it is. My previous HVAC service provider doing a routine maintenance check of my AC system told me that they suspected a leak. The process of searching for the leak is $1,000. Then they tried to sell me on a brand new system, even though mine has been running fine. I'll say that this is usual practice for this company. Every time they visit, they tried to upsell me. This irritated me. So after hearing about how Design Air doesn't upsell from their ads on the morning after, I gave them a call to come out for a second opinion. Larry from Design Air came out.
That's the Silver Fox.
Yeah. That's awesome. I mean, because it's like a potluck dinner.
It sure is.
And then you get the Silver Fox, and you've already won at that point. Fix it or don't, I don't care. I'm just going to take in your Silver Foxiness.
Oh.
Is he untradeable? Is he the one guy you say you can't move?
He's the Weather Holt of Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Well, they're built to win now, so they're not looking to trade. They're looking to add.
Larry looked things over and gave me an honest appraisal, which is that everything is fine with my system, no evidence of leaks, and he did not recommend any repairs. He saved me thousands. Needless to say, I'm calling Design Air from now on. Doug, that's from, is it Jeremy Couture? Do you pronounce
I
it
believe
Couture?
so. Yeah, Couture.
Jeremy, thank you for emailing me that. You can always email me, McKernan at InsideSTL.com. There is another happy Design Air Heating and Cooling client, the longest-running sponsor on TMA, online at designairservice.com should you run into any issues. We continue our Cardinal conversation here on TMA. It's 101 ESPN. It's all presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on the TMA YouTube channel. Mom. Well, Doug, this puts it in perspective on a Monday morning in St. Louis, Missouri, July 28th, 2025. Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour on the Stiefel Dossier, we will detail the TMA 21st anniversary party from Saturday night and all the celebrities who were in attendance. But we're going to save that until the 8 o'clock hour.
Okay.
And, of course, the secret location where it was held. The password was Fidelio. Fidelio. A lot of masked gentlemen were there.
That's why I didn't get in. I'd forgotten that.
Oh, I think you were there just behind that mask.
I sure thought you were there.
That tribal tattoo on your lower back.
It's a doppelganger.
It's
eyes wide open or wide shut, good or
Jackson,
bad?
Oh, yeah, great question for Movie Boy. Martin, episode 2 came out over the weekend.
Did. Eyes Wide Shut's good.
Good?
Yeah.
Didn't feel passionate, though, with that. Did you catch that? The pitch?
I find the backstory of it far more interesting than the movie itself.
Tell Doug the backstory.
Well, like Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise are like for real married, and they're having this like, it's a pretty brutal movie about their relationship, and Stanley Kubrick's last movie, and he's just kind of toying with them. I find it quite fascinating.
He's toying with them.
Was it a window into their world, maybe, huh? Is that the ultimate
Maybe
tease?
it looked too deep, who knows?
So you just kink-shamed him?
No, far from it, but...
you just said it was too deep.
Well, I think maybe they got too deep in their own heads to try to make the movie good. And
but they accomplished it per goodorbad.com.
Sure did, but at what cost,
At what cost? You think the movie cost them their relationship?
I think it's part of it.
What about that Vanilla Sky? It's also a mind bender.
That Cameron Diaz, Penelope Cruz, was that 2000?
I don't know the years.
Not my favorite. Not my favorite.
Okay, so it's bad? Or?
No, it's not bad. It's just not bad. It's not like my favorite Cruise.
Okay, but I need more definition from you. Good or bad?
It's good.
Okay.
What'd you decide on Happy Gilmore 2, good or bad?
You'll have to wait until Saturday's episode.
Oh, somebody just got better at teasing. I knew you went to teasing camp over the weekend.
I can touch on it, but I won't go in depth. Harmless. I would describe it as harmless.
Harmless. Well, I've never been injured by a movie.
It's harmless fun. Was it good? No. But was it harmless? Yes. Is it okay to be in existence? Yes.
My 7-year-old son has watched it 5 times. The boy, Martin, has watched it 5 times. Now, again, I want to emphasize, 7 years old, kind of the target demographic of this program. And he was sitting there going, this is the greatest movie ever. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know if Movie Boy would agree with this as I'm watching it. And then we got done with it. It's 8:30 on Thursday night. And he goes, can we watch it again?
Oh, my God.
Be my guest.
Yeah, it might fall into the bad category if I've watched it 5 times in one weekend. Then it might fall into
Sandler's target demo has been reached.
Sure.
Tim's son.
Yep, that's it. 7 years old. It was awesome, Jackie. Go away. That's from the Jeffco Piss Missile in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. I don't know if he's talking about Happy Gilmore 2 or Eyes Wide Shut. Or what else have you
Vanilla
been
Sky?
Vanilla Sky. Yes.
Probably Happy Gilmore. If you enjoy that, great. I'm not saying I didn't have fun a little bit with it, but like you're asking me if it's a good movie. No.
Where do I find Movie Boy? Because I'm behind.
TMA STL
podcast feed.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're subscribed to TMA STL on the podcast, you'll be right in there every Saturday.
Yep.
And you had fun with it. The way you describe it is exactly why you need this podcast.
Thank you, Doug. That's right.
Well, there'll be more in-depth conversation.
I haven't listened to episode 2 yet. Is it just you, Han Solo? Did you bring in a guest? You and Jamie Rivers?
My buddy Gareth joined me.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, on Zoom for a discussion about Eddington and then our top 5 favorite movies of the 2020s so far. So that would, I'd say, be the meat of Movie Boy episode 2. There's some stuff on the periphery as well.
What was the first part you and Gareth discussed?
The movie Eddington. Ari Aster's.
Have you seen it, Martin?
No.
Just came out about a week ago.
What's it about? I'll listen on Saturday, but what is it about?
It already came out on last Saturday. It's about COVID, small town in COVID, kind of a pressure cooker builds.
Okay.
The town gets ripped apart.
Martin's reaction tells me he's not going to see the picture.
It's fine.
But I'm going to listen to the episode.
It's a fun subject, COVID.
It is
the
not.
Death around it.
Yeah, this is very divisive.
Mm-hmm.
Kidman seems to do anything but kink movie roles. Think that's a tell on her. Watch out, Keith. That's from Sharon in Clayton, who's picking up reads on Nicole Kidman's roles. And that's a watch out, Keith Urban, who does stream. Oh. He's never emailed in, but he texts in.
Yeah, he doesn't have time to email. Was that Frank?
What in the hell?
I just Kind of play the drop there.
I thought that was you.
It is me.
It is you.
The drop is me. I am not currently moaning.
And Gareth's credentials to be on this podcast are your buddy. That's from Rusty Pecker, who is not happy with episode 2 of Movie Boy.
It's the same credentials I have. Just a guy who likes watching movies.
You own goodorbad.com.
Yeah.
And you did a $5 million capital raise?
Yeah. Don't ask for any reports, though.
Yeah, I saw that in the operating agreement. Too late.
That's happened a lot in sports radio.
Well, my accounting team is on a corporate retreat until Q2 2026 . So come back then.
Where does Gareth live?
South Africa.
He's from South Africa, Chicago native.
He's a native of Chicago who's from South Africa. You follow?
Hold on.
That was wrong. Chicago, he's where he's lived for most of his life.
Wait a minute. Chicago's my town, see?
Edward G. Robinson of Pharaoh.
Yeah, bad.
What if it's Gareth's town?
You just said 10 Commandments bad?
With Edward G. Robinson. Well, it's not. It's
fabulous.
a tough rewatch, I would say.
Well,
what would you rather rewatch, Happy Gilmore 2 or 10 Commandments?
10 Commandments.
When they turned that stick into a snake, that was
spoiler.
That was big time. It was big time movie making back in the '60s. That was really fancy special effects.
I don't doubt it.
And they parted the sea. Sure, you tried that with 1960s technology.
I got to get this rant off my chest here, then we'll get to some calls.
You and Gareth often sit around, and I'm being serious. Did you discuss cinema over the years so you knew he was a likely
my buddy
choice?
from college, and and I know he knows how to articulate his thoughts well, and he saw the movie early, so yeah.
And that's episode 2. Mm-hmm. Okay, and that's available now?
Yeah.
Okay, episode 2.
I'll save you all the suspense from Movie Boy. If the film is woke crap, then it's good. Otherwise, it's bad. That's from the Plowhawks Laugh. Martin, he's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat along with 178 other friends.
Listen, if that's how you categorize things, then the podcast probably isn't for you. And that's okay. Not everything's going to be for you.
Some people like
some things. Some people don't like other things. Which is cool.
Here is what the athletic staff has on one player from each MLB franchise who will be traded here over the next 4 days. Doug, would you like to guess who they have for sure who is going to be wearing a different uniform than the birds on the bat come Friday?
Ryan Helsley.
It's a good guess. Martin, would you like to fire a bet at the pot?
Helsley.
Jackson Burkett, host of Movie Boy.
Mr. Maton.
Oh, Maton. Yeah, I should have said
Phil.
Phil Maton is your answer. Yeah. Jackson wins. It says Maton is a textbook deadline acquisition. He's a 2-month rental with a veteran pedigree and ample postseason experience, all things contending teams covet this time of year. Maton's thrived as the Cardinals setup man, posting a 2.48 ERA with 47 strikeouts over 38 appearances. He's also pitched in 4 consecutive postseasons, dating to 2021. He'll bring in considerable value in a return for St. Louis, even as a rental, as all signs point to the Cardinals opting for the soft sell at the deadline. That is from The Athletic this morning.
Wouldn't Mose fare well if he really cared? I don't think he cares at this point about his reputation. But if you did, wouldn't the ultimate farewell be, hey, I'm going to do my best to make this team better in the future. I'm not going to try and patch it together and pretend to be in this wild card race.
I'd like to think that ship has completely sailed at this point.
What, that they're still, quote, in it, you mean?
Right.
I think they realize this is not a playoff team. When you're a game out here and they're like, all right, I think 3-7 since the All-Star break made it more definitive. So I don't think they're fooling themselves. But how significant are the moves? Instead of, well, we traded Maton and Helsley. Even that to me feels like the minimum.
I agree with that also. So this is the core question. And I saw on the pregame show yesterday, John Mozeliak was sitting down doing an interview with the Cat on FanDuel. Who is calling the shots at the deadline?
Yeah, that was my question. If you're at Heim Bloom, you really want Mozeliak dealing away some players you might want over the next 2 or 3 years?
Now,
if you're Mozeliak, have you stepped back completely and said, okay, it's not my team anymore?
No. I think
wow, you insta-shipped that.
No, I think it's 100% Mozeliak's in charge, 100%.
Wow.
100%. But as a courtesy, I think he's talking to Bloom about these decisions. But it makes for a messy operation.
It just speaks to the asinine setup.
I mean, it's a really... messy situation where the other guy's sitting there. Okay, we've kind of been working on the minor leagues. Now I'd like to look at what we got for next year at the big league level, but I'm not in charge. Certainly, I think he's part of the conversation. But I think the final say on who stays, who goes is Mozeliak. I'm 99% certain of that. But I think the Bloom-Mozeliak relationship is decent. On a lie detector, Chaim Bloom might say, well, this is kind of weird. But I mean,
you would like to think that they sit together and they discuss everything and come to some kind of agreement.
That's what my expectation is for what it really is. But
well, I mean, I think I'm saying ultimately it is Mozeliak's call. This is his final year. He is in charge. I don't think he's shutting Bloom out, but I think he is kind of steering things. And then he'll say, all right, here's what we're working on. What do you think? And I think if Chaim Bloom jumped up and said, don't do it, Mozeliak will still do what he thinks is best.
Yeah, probably.
For sure. It's bizarre.
Derek Gould wrote a piece this morning in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, and it's titled the following. What would Chaim Bloom do? His Red Sox trade deadlines mirror the Cardinals' dilemma. And he writes, his club 3 games out of a playoff spot and hovering around 500. The head of baseball operations stood before the players in the clubhouse ready to discuss his decisions at the trade deadline. Some of those players echoed fans and media by lobbying for an outside boost to their playoff hopes in the days leading up to the deadline. And in the hours after it, they were critical in the media of the deals. They seemed to both add to the present team and subtract a significant piece from it, leaving the remaining Boston Red Sox to wonder what was accomplished. Chaim Bloom, the executive who made the moves, gave them an explanation. And Derek interviewed Xander Bogaerts, now part of the Padres, who were in town this weekend, and he talked to him before yesterday's game, and Bogaerts said it was kind of like, I don't know, like buy and sell is the best way to say it. And then he goes on to say, probably hurt a lot of guys in the clubhouse trading away catcher Christian Vasquez, who's a big part of the team, a big part of our team. And we also brought in 2 veteran guys who had really good experience, really good success in the big leagues. And he was talking about Eric Hosmer and Tommy Pham. It wasn't like he traded out everyone. He was there to explain, and that was appreciated. As a player, you sometimes think more about the now. We were right there, 2 games out, 2.5, maybe 3, and they traded away a big player for us. Our record was something like the situation these guys, the Cardinals, are in. So Derek trying to hypothesize what the Cardinals will do based on Bloom's track record, albeit as brief as it was in Boston.
If he had some more significant say.
Mm-hmm. I would be stunned if they don't trade Helsley at this point, because the Dodgers really need somebody. Aroldis Chapman got hurt over the weekend with Boston. They're going to need somebody. There's some teams that are very much in the race, very much want to win right now, that would love to have Ryan Helsley. I would really expect him to go.
Yeah, I'd be shocked otherwise. But again, I thought that he was going to go this offseason. So I just, at this time of year, this is when I get really frustrated by what has been, for the most part, a lack of moves of significance. And I want to emphasize, for the most part over the last decade, I want them to be more aggressive in their selling. In 2022, I want to continue to hold that up, as I thought those were some great deals. I loved what they did. They were in the division race, and they acquired Jordan Montgomery and Jose Quintana. But for the most part, over the last 10 seasons, so we're starting at 2016 and going through this season, you're talking about a team that has kind of been in this spot. Part of that is more of a byproduct of the expansion of the postseason to include as many teams that are included. Because if we were looking at this through the lens of are they in the division race, the absolute clarity is perfect. They're 9 games back. It's a non-starter. And if you were looking at it through the lens of only one wild card team getting in before baseball tried to hold on to its viability with younger people by keeping everybody in the race, minus 3 teams, the Cardinals would be 8 games back, 9 games back of the Brewers. So that would be very clear as well. But since you have 3 wild card teams in, you can kind of, con yourself into saying, okay, they're in the mix. That should be crystal clear. But you have to take a stance and then you have to execute on the stance. The Cardinals took a stance last year following the season, but then they didn't execute or were not able to execute on the stance, which then goes back to, hey, it would have been good to talk to those guys to know if they were willing to accept on a no-trade clause before announcing to the public that they were turning the page. With regard to now, I would love to see a name that maybe most fans would not expect to be going, or one of the no-trade clause guys to go, and so they can begin the process of getting this thing right for after whatever work stoppage comes in 2027. That is what I want to see, and I think a lot of fans want to see that as well.
In Arenado's contract the next couple of years, even though he's a big money guy, it's like $16 and $15 million the next 2 years. I don't know about the deferred money, where that falls, or if the Rockies are still paying him to not play there. But it's not as intimidating as the $25, $30 million deal. So maybe if somebody wants to, he's not hitting well. He's certainly not the player he used to be. But if somebody's willing to take a flyer on him, hey, he's a veteran guy, plays a great third, sure, maybe you could work out a deal. You eat half of it and say, listen, we just saved $8 million. They took him. I still think there might be a market where you can cut a deal like that, save some money.
So the Suarez market, per Mark Feinsand in this MLB.com article where he's talking about the renewed interest in Nolan Arenado, is the Cubs, Mariners, Tigers, Brewers, Reds, Astros, and Phillies. So his article's premise is, in talking to the management at all of those teams, minus the Astros, whoever does not get Suarez could be interested in getting Arenado. He's essentially the runner-up in the Suarez sweepstakes.
Kind of like the Bregman deal, where waiting for Bregman to fall, and then there's a spot for Arenado. Waiting for Suarez to get traded, maybe there's a spot. I think that would help get some clarity, because Arenado's under contract the next couple of years. So if there's a market for that, that's more of the bold you're talking about, moving some significant names. Dollars. Yep. And if Sonny Gray wants to go to a contender, would he agree to that? I wonder, those guys you said in October, November, I don't know, I want to stick this out. And now we're showing up at an empty ballpark and saying this thing's not getting any better anytime soon. I just wonder if they would reconsider.
In Derek's article, he says John Mozeliak spoke personally and recently with Sonny Gray about his wishes and whether he would use his no-trade clause to block a trade. Gray said he declined to elaborate. So he acknowledges that Mozeliak has talked to him about it, and that also mirrors what Katie Wu reported, that Sonny Gray is in play.
I would think he definitely would be in play if he says... If Mozeliak declined to comment, if Sonny Gray said, no, I'm not going anywhere, then that would give Mozeliak, and he get off the hook for not moving him, saying he wants to stay here, forget it. Sonny Gray's not going anywhere.
And I'm in favor of the Texers in the past. We've had to shoot some pitchers straight to the sun, ship them all out, trade them all. I'm a little concerned who's going to pitch next year, because they've made it pretty clear that they don't have anything in Memphis. One of the reasons they didn't bring up McGreevy for a while. Well, we don't really have anybody behind him, so that if we needed somebody, we wouldn't have anybody to call. Because next year's rotation, Fetty is now gone. Michaelis' deal is up. All of a sudden, you're looking around, okay, well, you got Libitor, Pallant, McGreevy. Okay, if Sonny Gray gets shipped out, if you get something decent in return, you might be looking at a Graceffo and saying, can you start next year? I don't think they have – it's clearly an organizational shortcoming. Yeah. They just don't have enough pitchers even to field a start. If you trade Sonny Gray, all of a sudden you got another big hole for next year.
Those are the kind of guys you target trying to come back this way in any trade. You're going to have to trade for some pitching. It wouldn't surprise me if a guy like Arenado, and maybe Sonny Gray to an extent, went to another team and suddenly got a second wind and started performing much better. Kind of how Will Clark did that here when he came to St. Louis. All of a sudden, he was Will Clark again. Could happen with Arenado, too, if he gets around a winning team, a winning atmosphere.
Guys, any trade updates on Garrett Hampson? Martin, I know you've been monitoring that market.
A lot of people have called. Right, right now, the Cardinals are saying no.
Good morning.
But that answer could change by Thursday.
You got it in your second base yesterday.
Hey, we're trying hard.
Go give us a Slurpee, because, hey, we're trying hard.
There's two things that really interest me this week. Does Fetty get lit up again in Atlanta? They're going to start him tomorrow night. It just speaks to the lack of pitching right now. which I think the Cardinals have said. There's just not much out there.
What are the Braves doing with that? They're going nowhere. Why would you want Eric Fetty?
I don't know if they're on the Cardinal 2021 plan where it's like we don't have enough guys to get us to the end and we don't want to have our prospects get lit up at the major league level. So we're just getting guys to get us from A to B, B being end of the season. That was what I thought when I saw that. I don't know. It mimics the John Lester, Wade LeBlanc. Who else? I feel like there was another guy. Yeah, there you go. All right. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines. Air Comfort Service sponsor of the text inbox. 314-399-9646. And Michelob Ultra sponsor of the YouTube chat where 192 friends have gathered this morning like the TMA remote lab, Jake and St. Genevieve, and Rocchio's hostage negotiator. Is Matt Rocchio being held somewhere?
I don't know. I assume so. If he needs a hostage,
he might have he's okay. His negotiators in the Michelob Ultra.
I don't think there's any doubt that he's being held hostage.
You can get involved on the program in all those ways here on TMA. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Listen, anyone can sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. We're talking about Auto Loan Pro. Website, autoloanpro.com. In addition to the vehicles online, helping you get into that car of your choice. Little no money down. Working hard to get you the best rate possible. In addition to all of that, they've put together this free playbook. We've been telling you about this for a while. Great opportunity for you to go on the site, download the free playbook, and start to understand better how the credit industry works. Again, little to no money down. They work with over 50 different lenders to get you the best rate possible. Doesn't matter what your situation, what your circumstances are. Auto Loan Pro going to help you get the best financing, get you into a new vehicle. Again, anyone can sell you that car. You got a pro who's going to help you do it right. That's autoloanpro.com, part of the Lita family. Take advantage. Get on the website, scroll down, grab that free playbook, get a chance, do a little reading there, understand how it all works while also getting yourself a new vehicle. Doesn't matter your situation, autoloanpro.com will hook you up.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose yesterday to the Padres, splitting the 4-game weekend series. Cardinals are back in action this evening, taking on the Miami Marlins at a 6:45 p.m. first pitch with Andre Palante toeing the slab for the Redbirds. There's another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy, always making the B-fib happy. Luke and Baker got legs like a trunk, always line drives, never in a funk. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly, first place by mid-July.
Well,
all the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon.
Maybe we can get an updated version for the trade deadline. Sell, sell, sell. Not quite working out the way they were hoping back in February. Although actually the team would probably say, that's about what we thought.
Yeah, there may be a sweat for the over-under of 76.5. I still feel good about it. My White Sox, I think, are going to get over 52.5. I'm feeling good about that, too, Doug.
38 wins right now?
Yeah, beware the White Sox.
Scant 30 games under 500.
That's right, but good enough to cover the over. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. A gentleman known as Movie Boy is on the ones and twos. Episode 2 coming out. Jackson was telling us that he was at the game on Saturday night. And you were leaning into some boat drinks and got a little feisty when Wilson Contreras was scrapping and Manny Machado was scrapping. What was going on?
Well, no boat drinks were consumed. These were cold beers. And
how many?
A couple, 3.
Oh,
couple 3.
And
were they jumbos?
Big ones.
Well, mixing in the water, too, because boy, was it hot. But yeah, after Wilson gets plunked again, I stand up and I start Bush League.
Boy, I bet that hurt.
Getting ridiculous. That's number 16.
Knock it off, fella.
Yeah. I was like, I hope Machado likes it high and tight.
Oh, nice. Running blue.
Libby barely tapped him with that ball.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, they could probably hear you with the attendance these days.
There was swaths, whole section swaths empty.
Yeah.
Mostly in right field where it gets really hot. That's where the sun crests right over kind of the third base area, so it gets really hot in that right field.
I would enjoy you yelling and then a player saying, all right, fella, I hear you. That's enough.
Yeah,
it's so quiet.
Me against Manny Machado.
Could an umpire run a fan? I guess an umpire could.
Well, they tell the security, and then security runs them. Remember our friends in New York when they were grabbing up on Mookie Betts' arm?
Oh, well, yeah, in that case.
Yeah.
So Jackson was unhappy with Manny Machado and the Padres, and turns out Manny Machado was unhappy with John Jay, Doug, the Cardinal coach, and also they have a history. But here is what Machado had to say following the game.
I think you and John Jay are pretty good friends.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I know the real him.
So you clearly weren't happy. What was?
No, I wasn't happy with the whole situation at all. So, yeah.
He got ejected, so what?
Yeah, I mean, don't come out there and start jabbing your mouth.
So we were mistaken. You're not?
No, absolutely not.
Base hit.
Yeah, a little knock to the right side.
A lot of those.
So he said something about, I know the real him. He's talking about John Jay.
And coincidentally, Manny Machado said this in a Players Tribune article in 2025. There's just something special about Miami. It's where we all grew up, but it's so much more than that. This city is in our hearts. It's our one true love and the place we always come back to. For John, Yonder, and I, Miami means family, good friends, culture, and baseball. Each winter, we meet up in our hometown and we go to work. We laugh a lot, too. Have fun together. At the end of the day, though, we're there to put in the work and get better at baseball. We do it for ourselves, of course, and for the love of the game, but we do it for the city we call home, the place we each love. We want to be the best. We want to make Miami proud. That's Manny Machado talking about Yonder Alonso, and the gentleman he was just saying who he knows, the real guy, John Jay.
Doesn't like him anymore.
That Player Tribune article is from 2017.
That's right.
2017. Yeah. So that's, surprising. And at the end there, that last thing he said, so the reporter asked, so we were mistaken, you're not Clay? He goes, yeah, no, we're not. which is surprising.
So the reporter said we were mistaken that you guys are good friends.
Yes,
He
correct.
said, no, we're not.
Yeah, correct.
So things may have changed, apparently, in their relationship in the last 8 years.
No, seems to be.
No.
Well, but they were friends when they were all living in the Magic City.
Clip that.
It is always great.
That's what they call it.
First time I've seen a bench clearing in a while, and it's always funny to me to see those.
But it's about half speed
Those
clearing.
bullpens run out. It's just
It was an
the
obligatory
strangest
jog.
thing in the world.
Yep.
Strangest thing in sports.
Guys, Yonder Alonso tweeted out an emoji of a rat after John Jay did that Saturday night. That's from Nordique, a hockey elephant. Doug, you interact with Yonder Alonso on Twitter quite a bit. What was
Tight.
your response?
We're tight. I said, come on, Yandy. Stop it with that. Stop your posting.
And is he on MLB Network now? Is that Yonder Alonso that's
Yes.
on MLB Network?
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting, being a media guy now, that he would kind of get involved.
That's coming out pretty harsh against him.
Yeah.
We've always kind of known John Jay as kind of a soft-spoken, everybody likes him type of guy, right?
Yeah, been in studio with us.
Yeah, maybe there's something going on behind the scenes there among old friends.
We like a little drama. I'm surprised the Padres aren't better. Man, that lineup. You look at the Cardinals lineup, and then you go over there, and like, boy, Tatis leads off, Arise, Machado, and yesterday the three of them had like 48 hits, Doug. Well, you were there.
Jackson
you saw it.
Merrill's a good player.
Yes. Maybe Schultz on the hot seat. Maybe Jackson
Jackson called it. They are only 4 games back of the Dodgers. Well, I don't know what the Dodgers will be. Nordique, a hockey elephant, says Alonso deleted the tweet shortly after.
I am seeing the same thing.
So then
tweeted out
happen.
the rat. Let's see. They were probably more fans at the GMB All-Star Game over in O'Fallon, Illinois, than at Busch Stadium this weekend. That's from the 618. I think tonight could be something to keep an eye on as far as a record goes. Monday night, Miami Marlins, the temperatures in the high 90s. I mean, this could be something. This could be something to behold tonight.
Maybe below 20 in terms of ticket sales.
I was really surprised at the size of the crowd they did get Thursday and Friday coming off the horrible road trip. But I guess they had a bobblehead giveaway on one of those nights because they had a good crowd there Thursday night after just playing terribly in Colorado. And it was hot that night, too. You just got to give them something. People want something for going down there.
Maybe you think it was the Flow Rider concert?
Could have had something to do with it.
Yeah, I think that's part of it for Friday. Yeah, I think that's part of it.
But if you're just going for the concert.
I did not. I like Flow Rider as much as the next guy.
Oh, do you?
But
Doug, do you like him as much as Jackson does?
Not as the next guy, I don't.
What do you know about the next guy?
It's fair. He's got some hits. Early
Mount Rushmore of Flow Rider.
He did Low. That's where I think most people would know him. A song about a whistle.
A song about a whistle. Like a man's whistle or the actual
like that.
physical, like gym teachers got it around his neck.
It's Going Down for Real, I think, is a Flow Rider song.
Okay.
Guys, the people were there for the Ozzy backflip bobblehead. Did you get the Ozzy backflip bobblehead? That was not for Saturday. That was for either Thursday or Friday. Again, probably Thursday would be my guess.
No. Yeah, that definitely wasn't for Saturday. I didn't get anything.
Yeah. We talked about this last week, but it does amaze me that is the tipping point. That is what will get people to a baseball game, is to give them a bobblehead.
Do people then sell them and so they monetize it?
I think part of it.
But
is
and
then who's the buyer?
Probably people who are also looking to sell it. Like it's just like a vicious loop.
But is it worth driving down there and paying $20 or $30 to park?
You're asking the wrong guy over here.
And then go and try to make a $10
If you want to talk
profit?
Eddington, ask Jackson.
Yeah, I don't flip knickknacks, Not really. Not really what I do.
The backflip bobbleheads are going for around $30 on eBay.
Oh, Doug.
But you paid that to park to go to the place.
But if you get a trash bag with about 50 of them in there.
But you would have to have 50 tickets.
I've seen people with trash bags full of bobbleheads.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Do they flip knickknacks, those folks?
I think it's their whole gig.
By the way, Flo Rida's from Miami, so maybe he could weigh in on the John J. Manny Machado.
Hence the name. Florida.
Well, Miami specifically.
Miami's turned out a lot of players in the major leagues.
Flo Rida's, Doug, do you know Flo Rida's brother-in-law?
Can I have his initials?
No, but he was a hype man for 2 Live Crew.
How's that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
When Flo was in 9th grade, he joined an amateur rap group called the Groundhogs with a Z.
I like that.
Classic rock.
You're welcome to get involved in the conversation. There are a wide variety of ways to do so. You can call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. You can text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox, and Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat, where Iggy's in there saying that some idiot has it on eBay for $89. I guess he's talking about the Ozzy.
How desperate are you for a bobblehead to pay $89 for one so it can sit in your basement?
244 friends in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. Hall of Fame yesterday. Doug, did you catch any of the Hall of Fame speeches?
I missed it.
Dick Allen going in. It wasn't supposed to be posthumous, but Dave Parker, his son, who really looks like his father in his playing days, absolutely, gave the speech for the Cobra. And Ichiro gave his speech, of course, as he goes in. CeCe Sabathian, Billy Wagner rounding things out. Here's Mike Francesa and his interpretation of Ichiro's chances of getting into Cooperstown, which, unfortunately for Mike, did indeed happen yesterday.
Fred in East Brunswick. What's up, Fred?
Hey, what's going on, Mike? How are you today?
What's happening?
If I said Ichiro, are you no doubt first ballot?
In what sport?
Baseball.
In what league? For Major League Baseball?
Major League Baseball.
He does not. He has no. He does not belong in the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame.
Really? Huh. That's interesting. Okay.
Well, what would he have done to get there?
Well, I mean, because what he's got overall, he's got what? 4,500 hits, something like that. But
do we count the International League hits for some other guy who played in the International League?
You're not gonna, I'm not saying you count that towards the statistic. I'm saying.
Well, people have done that to try and give him awards. I can't give. To me, he hasn't been a Hall of Famer in the major leagues.
Okay.
I don't think he's played enough.
Okay.
How many games has he played in American baseball?
2,653.
What's his batting average in the major leagues for the American baseball?
313.
313.
3,000 hits.
3,000 hits. He's got 3,000 American hits. You know what? Maybe. If he's got 3,000 American hits now, he's going to get in. He's going to get. He's going to get in automatically then. If he has 3,000 hits, I didn't think he had 3,000 American hits. I mean, I didn't realize he had 3,000 hits.
Clearly. 10-time All-Star, MVP, Rookie of the Year.
I feel so bad for that producer who had to pot that mic up and be like, Mike, 2,500 games, 3,000 hits. Like, you got to do it carefully. You can't dunk on the Pope.
Just an indication of how much you miss on the East Coast when the West Coast games are playing. He had no idea who the guy was. What sport are we talking about? He's one of the best players in the league, one of the best players ever.
I said Ichiro. Are you no doubt first ballot?
In what sport?
In what sport? How about the fact Ichiro speaks pretty good English?
Yeah.
And I think over the years it would have helped his brand even more if he had done more English. Now, it's possible since he retired he got better at it. But you would always hear stories that, he's actually really funny and he speaks pretty good English, but you just never heard him. He was always with an interpreter many times, but he was pretty funny. I like the idea of, and this was suggested, that the Cooperstown Sunday just kind of gets buried. And they moved they moved it a little later than it used to be, really early. And there's all these baseball games going on, and you're like, oh, wow, the Dodgers have won 10 in a row. The Blue Jays are hot. Oh, and it was Cooperstown Induction Day. What about moving it
to the winter?
Day after the All-Star game. Maybe.
Or All-Star game. Or what if it's just a Monday? Like, nobody plays baseball today, but it's Induction Day. Sunday night, you have a game in Cooperstown. They used to play a game up there.
Yeah.
So the Sunday night game on ESPN or wherever it ends up, whoever's, the Pirates because of Dave Parker and, the Mariners because of Ichiro. So Sunday night baseball is all about Cooperstown, the pageantry. And then Monday, everybody's off. Couldn't you orchestrate that?
Yeah.
And what have it like on the Monday evening so it's not hotter than hell. That was one of the things. I mean, Dave Parker's son gets up there. His dad just passes away. And he's, clearly just like the other guys. I mean, they're so damn hot up there that it kind of is like, it's a running joke. Get the speeches done quickly. You've worked all your life for this moment, but hey, land the plane as quickly as you possibly can, and they're all up there sweating because you got some older guys out there and they're baking in the heat. Yeah, and you're right. You gotta really be dialed in to see it. The NFL does it pretty damn well. You know, if you want to draw a parallel to that, Martin, they have the Hall of Fame game. Yeah, it's an exhibition game, but it is the first one, so it has attention, and they do it on the night before that game in Canton.
It's like the only thing football related going on, whereas baseball, if you think about it, it takes a lifetime to get there, and then that weekend just kind of comes and goes.
Right.
I do think for baseball to show, I mean, that's what the NFL has done so well. They've made everything a big event. And if you take Cooperstown, make it Cooperstown Monday, and it's always the, third Monday in July, whatever, and every team's off. Teams are off a lot of Mondays. You could certainly orchestrate the schedule, I would think, to do that. And then it would just get a little more attention. Because it does seem like it just kind of happens on a Sunday. Oh, when was that? Oh, it was the other day. Oh, hey, nice career. Anyway, moving on. It seems glossed over.
Kind of a good text here. I just wanted to say that Tim is hotter than the Cooperstown Hall of Fame ceremony heat. Thank you, Tim. That's in the 314. Boy, that new gong, it just doesn't have the...
No, but it does have a little texture.
The double gong. Text in 314-399-9646. Call in 314-974-0101 and get involved in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Anytime Ken Aggie Strode is in there, he's holding court, and that's what he's doing along with Aaron in St. Chuck, who has her nipples pierced. Plus, you can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, that summer heat continues to roll on right here in St. Louis. And if you had any issues with that air conditioner over the weekend, make sure that you keep Classic Air Care in mind. That's Classic and then Air, A-I-R-E, Care. You can book an appointment online at classicaircare.com. They will take care of you with the great customer service that they have taken care of thousands of others. How do you know this? Well, go look at their 4.8 Google rating. It's right at the top of their website. Read the different reviews about the kind of service that they have been giving out to people and how much people love it when Classic Air Care comes to their house and fixes the problem. It's for heating. It's for cooling. These guys will come in. They've got techs that have over 40 years experience in the industry. I trust them to take care of my house, and that air conditioner is running like a top right now, exactly when I need it to be in the dead heat of summer. So if yours goes kaput, maybe you just want to get a maintenance check to make sure it's good for the rest of the summer. Get online at classicaircare.com, book an appointment. They'll take care of you. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back to the Morning After, the show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Watch the show and talk it over with other TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL for the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And right now it is our pleasure to welcome to the program. He joins us every Monday in the 8 o'clock hour, the voice of the St. Louis Blues, Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Jim, morning. How are you?
Morning. How are you doing? Are you out right now? We were listening to you do your live read, and we were thinking you might be out and about challenging the conditions that are sweltering here in the area.
Oh, trying to walk about 4 to 5 miles every day. So yeah, that Classic Air Care read happened right as I was getting to the apex of a hill. So you probably heard one car go by and then me huffing and puffing like an out of shape fat guy.
We were afraid you were going to go kaput, unlike the AC unit.
Yeah, no, it's I live right off of Henry Road, down in Manchester. And unfortunately, where we live, like no matter what direction you go in, when you start a walk or run or whatever you go, there's like two big hills. And you're like, this is just a brutal way to have to start exercise. Like, it's not flat for a while. You get warmed up, then you get a hill. It's like, bam, there's the hill. So that's all right. Well, get it out and get done before the heat gets too bad.
Kerbs, I was watching all the videos of Matthew Tkachuk and his cup. Stanley Cup is getting old hat for him. What did you do with your cup day? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, the team was really kind because not every team does it, but the team did give the broadcasters a window with the cup. And so each of us had about a 3-hour window to do with it. So I just had it at the house. We put it in Dad's lap, kind of on the back deck. Had a little party there. Then we took it down to Joey B's, which is walking distance from my house here in Manchester, and had another kind of party there with it so more people could experience, see it, take pictures with it, and just had a great, few hours with it. It's I don't know what you guys think when you watch these videos, and to me, they never get old, right? But it's just when you see the Stanley Cup on the back of a golf cart, right, going down a freeway or something like that, and you're like, man, there's no other trophy in sports that you see this, right? And I think it's just flat out awesome.
It was all kind of a surreal moment in time, wasn't it? As many years have we been watching other people celebrate with the Stanley Cup, and then to see it all over St. Louis and guys like you get to have it personally for a few hours, it's kind of hard to believe that actually happened.
It is, and you look back, and what's really hard to believe is you go, man, that was 6 years ago already. 6 years ago. And everything that happened in the meantime. I mean, that was pre-COVID, right? Mm-hmm. And I agree with Doug. Doug Armstrong said earlier when he met the media about a month or so ago, Doug said that he had, it's one of the, watching Florida repeat is one of the first times where he really felt disappointed with the way things went with COVID and not being able to really defend that championship run any better, right? There was a bubble. Yeah, other teams were in it. For us, the team, the Blues were in first place in the Western Conference when that hit, right? And then by the time we got back at it, some of the older bodies were sore. They weren't able to get back in it, you name it, that kind of thing. So the Blues really didn't get a chance, kind of like Tampa, when Tampa won their first cup, to really defend that crown. And it would have been great to see what could have happened if you had one more year of Steen and Petro and those guys to go at it.
So what are the current Blues doing right about now, late July? What are most of the guys up to at this point?
Well, hopefully they're not walking up a hill like I am. I'll tell you that. I think they should skip that part. They, you know what? They're some are in town. Some are obviously wherever they are in their own world, back home in Minnesota or wherever they're enjoying it. But I will tell you, most of the guys by this point in time, they're probably skating almost every day now. So, this is when things start to kind of get ready. They'll skate in. You've got guys that have kids. So, you know, coming up in a few weeks, you'll have more guys come back into town because the kids have to be ready for school and get ready into school. So guys are going to start showing up here back in town really soon if they're not already.
What do you think the top storyline going into camp, and we're still a ways away from camp, but is it going to be about Dvorsky's ability to make it the team, or if they, you know, I mean, that's the name we always talk about, maybe Snuggerud's next step. What do you think will be the headliners?
Yeah, you know what, I think if you break up the storylines into different categories, and one of them being roster, you're like, okay, what is Dvorsky showing? I get the sense, especially with the signing of Pia Suter and Nick Bjugstad, they are perfectly content putting Dvorsky back in Springfield. They're perfectly content letting him season down there a little bit more and continue to grow. They don't feel any need to have to rush him here, and I think that's a smart move. The flip side of that, Snuggerud, all right, what role does he play? How does he look now in a full-time role at the beginning of a season? And then, frankly, Logan Mailloux, the big defenseman. What does he look like? This guy's only played 10 games in the NHL. It's a pretty big trade to trade Zach Bolduc for him, I think. So what Mayhew's going to do, I think, is a big question mark from a roster standpoint, too.
Do you think they're about done making off-season moves? Is the group they have now, is that what you would expect to show up with at camp?
I do. I wouldn't anticipate anything more. I mean, I guess there's always something that pops up. You look at it and you go. I do wonder if the team's going to sign a couple of, camp tryout guys, like unrestricted free agents that haven't landed somewhere. And I'm not saying this guy is one of them, but in a guy like Robbie Fabry, who hasn't, signed, I don't believe, with somebody yet. So things like that. And then, maybe bring in a couple guys that might surprise you, might make the team. But I think Doug Armstrong's pretty happy and pretty set with where his roster is right now.
Now, did you pull over to the side of the road to talk to us, or are you still walking on this 4 or 5 mile jaunt?
Yeah, you're on the top of the hill.
Yeah, no, I just made it to the top.
Oh, nice!
I made it to the top. I feel like I just conquered Everest.
You feel like you got to get in better shape for the upcoming year, having to do 2 roles now?
No, I'm doing this just so I can feel better.
Oh.
I had my back got so bad. I had back surgery right at the end of March. And so finally, with everything feeling good as a big truck rolls past me, now that I'm finally feeling better, the ability to get out and exercise the first time in months that's happened. So this is no real ulterior motive to it, Doug. This is just me moving and getting in shape.
All right. Well, be careful. At some point, you walk when it's too hot. You do yourself more harm than you do good. Don't walk too far.
I like that philosophy. Or you just, you go a certain distance past the house, back to the house, then a certain distance back the other way, and then that way you never get too far from the house.
Yeah, good plan.
Curbs, have you heard on season tickets and tickets in general? I know it's still probably a little early, but the bump from last year, how are they trending in terms of the fan buzz for next year?
Yeah, it's actually a good topic, Martin, because first off, things are trending really well. They're doing a great job. The sales team's working. The fans' interest is there. The one thing that definitely happened is, even though you get knocked out in Game 7 in a very frustrating fashion, there was a great vibe around this team and the fan base. Like there was just such great energy. I don't know that honestly I had experienced anything like it. Cup year aside, where. You got so used to in St. Louis prior to winning the Cup that if you lost in the first round, you lost in the second round. You guys know this. It was pretty much it's another short playoff run for the Blues, right? And there was frustration. Well, this one felt different. I mean, the vibe, the positivity, the energy from fans, even months after the season has ended, you'll still run into people and they're like, "Man, I cannot wait for October. it's exciting to see what this team is going to do. And that's why, guys, to me, I believe that the St. Louis Blues, I know maybe expectations are tempered a little bit, by management or whatever. When you're talking, you compete, maybe you're top 6, top 7 in the conference, maybe puts you in a wild card spot. I actually do think that with Jim Montgomery at the helm for the full season, the Olympic year is motivation for some of these guys as well. I don't see any reason that the Blues aren't competing for a top 3 spot in the division and one of those automatic playoff spots. I think they're there. I really do think. Now, are they at a championship level yet? Nah, they're not quite where the Florida Panthers are, but they can be really good, the Blues can. But I do think for sure that winning window is back being opened right now. So that's why I think fans are exciting, and ticket sales are showing it.
Love hearing it. Things will get underway here. We'll be talking about it when camp opens up here in September. Chris Kerber with us every Monday on 101 ESPN. Kerbs, we appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
All right, fellas. I think next week I'm going to try to time this where I'm walking downhill when we do the interview.
That'd be a good idea. All right. No, you sounded fine. Sounded fine.
That'll be a good one. All right, fellas. Have an awesome week.
You too. That's Chris Kerber with us here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt is manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You're welcome to call in 314-974-0101. 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in to the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And you can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat, the Dotem this past May, and the upcoming golf tournament we will be holding here in a couple of months. It is Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it, with the weather looking wonderful here this coming Thursday and through the weekend. Get out and enjoy it with your friends in a Michelob Ultra, sponsor of our YouTube chat. It is 8:22 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Dents Express, a local St. Louis company, and that is Gray Wilson. They have been doing it in the St. Louis area going back to 1992. That's right. Dents Express, a local gem, family owned and operated right here in St. Louis since 1992. Gray Wilson and his team are the go-to experts for paintless dent removal, whether it's hail damage door dings or those annoying shopping cart dings. What I love is these guys aren't just good, they're experienced. Their techs have been with them for over 20 years. That means you can trust the people working on your vehicle. They offer free evaluations, no appointment necessary, and they'll even handle everything with your insurance. That's right. You drop it off, they take it from there. They're open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, and located right here in West County in the St. Louis area. Call 636-227-5050 or just swing by and let Gray know you heard about him on TMA. That's Dents Express, St. Louis's leader in hail damage repair. Mm. So good, isn't it? 40 years old, Doug?
Kind of a catchy little tune, sure.
40 years. Written by Prince, Susanna Hoffs.
I don't know who wrote it or the years.
Prince definitely wrote it.
Okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Jackson switched off women's professional softball for Alabama and Vanderbilt. Doug, that game played on the same day as the St. Gabriel School picnic last year.
Oh, so you missed it?
Well, I don't recognize the St. Gabriel School picnic in October. But college football camp gets underway in Columbia, Missouri in 2.5 hours, brother. Here we go, and it's a month away from Central Arkansas coming to Faroe Field for the Thursday night opener. How about that?
Well, I like the sound effect, but tigers don't growl like that.
Let me hear that again.
How about that? Eli Drinkwitz met with the media yesterday. Now, Sam Horn did sign with the Dodgers, but he is still going to be in Columbia to quarterback the Tigers. Whether he be first string or second string is what is to be determined. Will it be Bo Prabula or will it be Sam Horn? Here is Eli Drinkwitz.
I don't plan on having, waiting to announce because of a perceived advantage. Neither one of them have played that much football, so there's not going to be anybody to scout. I mean, it's not going to help UCA one way or the other. And if it's undecided, then we'll let them go into the games and play as long as we need to. Yeah, for us, it's about being a consistent decision maker. We have 5 requirements to play the position: toughness, preparation, decision making, accuracy, and leadership. And we'll evaluate all 5 of those each day. But then at the end of the day, it's consistent decision making. And I actually just met with the quarterbacks and kind of outlined it for them, how we were going to go about this. The reps, we're going to divide it up and encourage them all to run their own race. You can't get caught up if this guy's doing something good and you've had a bad day. And I told them straight up, one bad day is not going to decide the competition, but 2 might. There's going to have to be a consistency of your approach. And if you've had 2 bad days, then that may put you in a position where you're behind the 8 ball. So you're going to have to be able to go in there, and if you've had a bad practice, you're going to shake it off the next day and bounce back. If you've had a bad set, you got to shake it off and bounce back. I mean, that's what quarterback is. That's how you play the game. And yeah, I think those guys have done a really good job of deferring to each other. There hasn't been anybody that's tried to necessarily establish, well, I'm always going to go first, or I'm going to talk to the team. It doesn't look like they're trying to one-up each other, which I think is going to be important. But they're in a competition, so we'll see how that all plays out. One thing I do want to say is, Sam and Bo really separated themselves in the fall or in the spring and in the summer. And I think those 2 guys will get the lion's share of the ones, but I don't necessarily think Matt's out of it just yet. He's going to have to really come in and come on in the fall camp, but that's not been unheard of.
Eli Drinkwitz on the quarterback competition in Columbia. For the record, Missouri's over-under win total 6.5 on FanDuel, which I have to tell you, strikes me as low.
It's not a lot of wins.
Strikes me as low.
With that schedule, you would think 7's attainable.
You'd like to think there's at least 4 heading into October.
Yeah.
There kind of needs to be 4.
Central Arkansas, Kansas, Louisiana, UMass. You'd
Yes.
think you could win those games.
Right. But if they're 3-2 going into October, that's a bit of a situation. And there's a good chance that one of the losses would have been to Rock Chalk. Although, Doug, you love the foliage and how it's inspired UMass, and it's just fun to see them on the schedule.
It doesn't do that much for me, really.
Every year. The one certainly that would be the most testing would be South Carolina. At least that is the expectation at this moment for the September schedule. From a standpoint of being able to start the season at home, they certainly have that advantage. They don't go on the road until they go to Auburn in mid to later October.
How about Sam Horn gets a check for $500,000 from the Dodgers? You're now a major league pitcher at some point. That can wait. And I think a couple of years ago, I'd say, wait a minute, he can't take that money. Now there's no rules. There's no, for anything.
Right.
His career at Mizzou, do you guys know how many total passes Sam Horn has thrown?
Maybe 4.
I kind of think that's the sweet spot.
I'll say 12.
Tim? I got 4 to my left. I got 12 to my right.
Then I'll go 8.
It's 8.
Wow. Oh, son of a...
I feel like Martin set me up right there once he heard it, and I picked up the read and I moved in.
Sam Horn,
I had to pick up the read.
back in the 2022 season, 0 for 2 passing. And then in 2023, do you remember when he went 3 for 6?
He threw a touchdown.
Threw a touchdown.
Fight Tiger. Carlos Spicy was not impressed with what he just heard from the head coach regarding the quarterback situation. Sounds like they've got a post-winter holiday date in Shreveport coming. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Boy, if I'm Sam Horn and I don't win the starting job, I wouldn't sit around with the team.
Why?
I would go play professional baseball.
You wouldn't want to hang out in the SEC campus being on the Power 5 football team and
to go through all it takes to play football
as opposed to riding buses,
to be a professional baseball player,
riding buses in rookie ball or fall league.
But it maybe put you closer to the major leagues. Spend another fall in a Dodger camp. That's what I'd do. I wouldn't run the risk of getting hurt playing football.
Personally, disagree. Personally,
You're not a true son.
I'd much rather be in Columbia, Missouri, as a
College
guy who has
kid with
everything set in
$500,000 in the bank.
everything in front of him and gets to travel to all these cool places in SEC football towns.
Parking your Bentley at Harpo's.
If he was going to be in
well, they're not exactly partying when they go on these road trips.
No, I'm aware, but it's a lot, I assume, a lot more fun than playing rookie ball and riding buses and eating ham sandwiches. It's just trying to grind and get there. I don't know.
I don't know. I would fear risking my future as a baseball player by playing football and sitting on the bench.
It'd be a hell of a story if Drinkwitz announces end of camp, Bo Perbula has won the job, and Sam Horn, I'm out.
Could you blame him? I couldn't blame him.
Sorry, Tiger fans. Most top 10 teams don't have a quarterback competition this close to the start of the season. By the way, here's some insight into Eli's coaching method. Hey, GPT, what are 5 things I should evaluate a quarterback on? That's from Mr. Licks. He also is shorting the Tiger stock here on July 28th.
Well,
the Matt he mentioned there at the end is Matt Zollers, true freshman.
Pennsylvania prod.
Who's won a really bad leg injury last year that really set him back. So kind of interesting to hear that saying he's kind of in the competition.
Well, he's clearly the future, so they probably want to make sure they don't get down.
That is
Stay
what is what some people are theorizing. It's a little bit of like, hey, stick around because we got big plans for you.
Morsel planted there. Bo Perbula, career passing attempts.
I couldn't even come close.
You couldn't even come close.
Well, I don't watch Penn State.
What?
I'll go 10.
I'll go 11.
I'll go 21.
In 2023, he was 11 for 21. Last year, 26 of 35, so a career of 56 passes.
All right, Doug, so these guys have some experience to fall back on.
Right. Well, there's a lot of guys around the country who haven't played a lot. That's what you get in college sports.
Not everyone has a trust fund to fall back on post-playing days, Jackson. Stay in your lane. That's from the 636, and they are not happy with Jackson.
But he does. Like he
has a trust fund?
We know he's made money with NIL from Mizzou, and he's getting money from the Dodgers. So we know that he has money to fall back on.
Isn't Mr. Licks one of the morons who was on the Drew Pine bandwagon? That's from the 6. Was there a Drew Pine bandwagon?
I don't know how you could have had one after the Auburn game, maybe after the Oklahoma game.
It's time for Mizzou to start playing more interesting non-conference games. The schedule's a joke. I do have to say they are playing Kansas, and unfortunately, because of the way the committee decided who was going into the college football playoff last year, if anything, as things sit right now, you're going to see teams continue to get away from challenging non-conference games outside of maybe having one. And Missouri did just get out of Missouri and Illinois, did just get rid of the next year's game in 2026. And you may have heard Signetti in Bloomington last week at the Big Ten Media Days talking about, we're going to schedule like SEC teams when he got out of the commitment with ACC's Virginia. So, yes, when you have Central Arkansas, Louisiana, and UMass, I shall pass on those. But, Doug, I do have hotel reservations for the weekend in Columbia for the Rock Chalk Jayhawk, for Lenora Sellers in South Carolina, for Roll Dam Tide, and for Texas A&M. I think the home schedule's pretty damn good. But, yes, non-conference is usually garbage at this moment in college football.
It's going to be a fun fall to be a student up there and have a home game every other week till the end of September.
Approved.
Till the middle of October,
because then Roll Tide comes in.
Yeah.
Kansas over-under for wins, 7.5.
That's what Kansas is?
That's what I've found here. This is back in May, but 7.5 wins. I'm sure there's a more updated number.
They're high on that Lance Leopold.
Now I've got Vegas Insider 7 days ago says Kansas. 7.5.
I'll have to take a look at their schedule.
A tradition unlike any other. Mizzou fans wondering who the quarterback will be that will lead them to their next 6-6 season. Doug, that's from Steven time. And now he's shorting the Tigers.
It really is. It's not that unusual in college football when you have a quarterback who's been your guy for 3 years to not be sure who the next one's going to be. I wouldn't think that's unusual.
Hey, Texter, don't you dare associate me with Drew Pine. That's from Mr. Licks, and it sounds like he's threatening litigation.
I feel bad for Drew Pine. What'd he do?
Yeah.
Mr. Licks is a male hairdresser in Dupo? That's from Pele Blanco? I thought the accusation, he was in the Our Lady the Pillar.
Wouldn't they call themselves barbers in Dupo? I don't think they would say
there's a lot of male hairdressers in Dupo.
I'm with you. I think they would be called barbers.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to be a hairdresser.
Raise the roof.
The home of Mike Kelly. Dupo.
That's a good impression. Why are we downplaying UMass in the foliage? Thanks. That's from MD 2020.
Well, they're playing in Columbia.
Here. We've got leaves here, too. It'll still be green in September.
Boy, that was a fun broadcast last year.
Only one home game from September 28th through November 7th. That's from Evil Calvin.
Yeah, that, as a former student, I will say, not great.
You get paid up front with a lot of home games, but then you got that one, and it's against Roll Tide.
Wow.
And then you got to wait again until Johnny Manziel comes to town with the Aggies.
Him and Kevin Sumlin back again. It's really hot, those tailgates. Like my first or second year at Mizzou, it was like that, where it was a ton of home games right up front, which was fun because it was like every weekend. And then in the middle of the fall, you're like, man, I could really use a tailgate right now.
Huh.
When it's nice out.
They may not have a cold game all year because their latest home game is November 15.
Right,
that's usually not too bad.
And that's against Stingray and the Bulldogs?
Mississippi State, yeah. I remember being there with winter coats on a few times.
I went last year at the Arkansas game.
Yeah.
Bring Wellington back to bash Drinkwitz some more and hold you true sons accountable. That's from Cuckleberry Finn. Did Wellington hold Drinkwitz accountable?
He's not a fan. Well, his extension got pretty much announced while we were on the air. And his live reaction was that I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he essentially called him a clown.
While wearing a conductor's hat.
Yes, he was wearing the conductor hat. You can see right by Kurt over there. Yeah.
Wait, let me see that, Chairman. What do you have here? This will be on the YouTube for those of you
viewing. Shelf there.
Wellington was wearing the hat.
Indeed. You can see it behind Martin's left shoulder. Yeah. Yes. And no one acknowledged that he was wearing the hat. We just went about our business like it was normal.
Does it affect your take if you're seen wearing that hat? While giving the take.
While giving said take. Mizzou understands their fan base. Prime bow hunting season's October, early November. Doug, that's from Mongo saying they schedule around bow hunting season.
Is that a factor? Laird Veach is like, okay, guys, when is bow hunting?
How many people are out there with bows shooting deer? Are there a lot of thousands?
Jackson, I know you get out there.
Yeah, boy, there isn't really a Saturday in the fall where I'm not with a rifle in my hand.
This is a bow.
Oh, a bow. Yeah. That
bow and
too.
arrow.
Sure. Shooting squirrels and stuff.
You consider yourself a woodsman?
No, far from it.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't want to be covered in deer urine. Seems too much. I don't even really like venison that much. I mean, I'll eat it, but...
Yeah.
You're like, what, if you're in survival mode?
Well, I'm saying, like, if someone's like, here's some fresh venison, I will eat it, or some deer sausage. But it's not like I yearn for it so much that I'm going to go out and sit again in deer piss and try to shoot one.
Sit again in deer piss.
Why would you have to be in the piss?
I think it attracts them. I don't know. I'm not a hunter. You're asking the wrong guy.
How come they don't offer it at restaurants? You know, you don't see
venison?
Deer on the menu.
You see rabbit sometimes.
Oh, at your club?
Pfeffer.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Rabbit action?
You would never order rabbit
My
at a
dad
restaurant, would you?
loves ordering rabbit.
Is that right?
Olive and Oak. He gets it from Olive and Oak.
Is that right?
Yeah,
How big? Have you ever had a little tastings?
Yeah, it's not bad. If you
compare it to a dish, boy.
It's a little in between pork and chicken. Like, I don't know. If it's done right, it's not that gamey. You know, sometimes it can probably be a little gamey if not pretty. It's
How
not
big
fresh.
a piece do you get?
Pretty solid.
Like the size of a fillet or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
Not that big.
Nobody covers themselves in deer piss, you dumbass. You drink it. That's from Marcia's burner.
To drink it? No, you have to be trolling.
Now you're kind of kink shaming Marcia's burner a little bit. I'm just letting you know that.
I don't think would be kink shaming. That's probably a health hazard. You're drinking deer urine?
Why would you have to cover yourself in anything? You just wait until you see one, right?
It's something about attracting. I don't know.
I don't think you're that
That's
far
a thing
off.
people do. I know that they do that. They pour the deer urine on themselves.
I lived in northern Wisconsin where every car going by had a dead deer on the roof. Like I don't think you're too far off with the urine thing. I'm just not sure the application. I don't
Pretty
think
sure you douse yourself.
I don't think you drink
You
it.
douse yourself. So the people are just wringing wet when they're out there hunting.
I don't know if they're soaking.
All right, we have
wet.
an SEC umpire who calls in. Deer hunter guy, call in and let's clean this up.
Can you send me a hat? The SEC umpire send me a hat that
he
just
said he was
says
gonna do
SEC, like Rob Lowe and the Shield. Yeah.
So he did say he was going to only one hat.
Yeah, just
Are we going to share it like the conductor hat?
Yeah, I guess whoever has if it just means more, I'll put it on.
Iggy is in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug, and he just shared a little anecdote. My dad and grandpa used to rabbit hunt, and my grandma cleaned them in the sink. I was eating rabbits at 7 years old. I haven't had it since, though. That is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where 259 friends are in there telling stories of both their hairstyles and hunting. Hairstyles and hunting, Martin, on Monday's TMA.
It sounds like tales from the Depression. How down on your luck do you have to be before you're hunting rabbits in the backyard to have something to eat? You just go to Schnucks.
Well, I don't think that people are doing it because, they're desperate.
They enjoyed the tastings?
Sure. It's different.
Why am I picturing a little bunny like Thumper running around going like that? I can't do it.
Far off.
What part of the rabbit are you eating?
Pretty sure the leg. Maybe the rib meat. I don't know.
Oh.
I'm not much of a woodsman.
The text line has exploded with deer piss conversation. Apparently,
is.
you put it on your shoe. Like you get rid of your own scent by putting a little. You weren't far off.
Sure.
A little deer pee on yourself.
Okay. Well, I'm out.
We got a guy online, too, that says he can help clear up the deer urine.
All right, Doug, we're going to get some answers right here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, sir.
Hey, guys, it's Chris up in Des Moines, Iowa. I've talked to you guys before. I think last time about Sophie Cunningham. Funny thing is I kind of sent Tim a message wanting to know if he wanted to try to win his $50 back from the Nato bet before the season on a bet if he'll be here after the break. Anyway, you spray deer urine on you to cover up your own scent. So when you're sitting in a deer stand or in the timber, you buy bottles of deer urine, you spray it on you, and what it does is it covers the human scent because they can detect that. So that allows them
Do you cover yourself? Do you just put it on your boots? Where do you apply the deer pee?
You spray it all over your clothes.
Oh, yummy.
I see deer everywhere I go, and every time I go to a park somewhere, I see deer. You really got to do the pee thing to attract them?
Well, you gotta remember, Doug, you're sitting in a park in the middle of the city where deer hunting isn't legal, and they're tame deer. They're like pet deer. We have the same thing here in West Des Moines. They're in our backyard, and we live right in the middle of the metro West Des Moines. You get out in the country, it's a little different. They're skittish. They can smell. They can't see so good. They're colorblind. So you wear camo so they can't see you. You wear you spray deer urine on your camo. When you get home, you strip your damn clothes in the garage and you throw them in the washer and you start over again the next morning.
Why would they be skittish out in the woods where they're largely safe as opposed to not being skittish in a city where there's danger at every turn?
No idea the answer to that question.
Doug, I actually think they should be more skittish in the woods because they've been talking over the years. Say, hey, you go out there, there's guys with guns. You go in the city, watch out for the cars. Nobody's shooting you.
You think they're that smart?
Yeah, I think they've been talking over the years.
You got the point. Anyway, that's all. I just wanted to fill you in real quick on the deer urine thing. We were at the game on Saturday. We weren't a bit hot. I'll just let you know. You guys you got to get your season tickets or your tickets even when you need tickets in the Champions Club this time of year. You just sit in the Champions Club. You eat, you drink, you be merry. You go outside for a little bit. You get hot. You go back into your table inside it. So,
wait, Chris, hold on, fella. Not everybody's made millions in the sporting goods industry, okay? Right. Just to clear the record.
Well, that's okay because people like me that do have a little bit of money, we're more than happy to sell our tickets at face value to people. I mean, we do it all the time.
How about that, Doug?
How much money you have? What's your net worth, guy?
We went down this road once.
Yeah, we've been down this road, and it's enough I don't have to worry about working again. And, we got home yesterday.
from St. Louis last night, and we'll leave on Friday morning for our place at the lake for 10 days, and then we're going to actually stay home for a little bit. We've been on the road or in the air since April 1st. I'm worn out, man. I just want to stay home.
Clip that off.
Since we're doing hunting talk real quick, Chris, if you're hunting a rabbit, do you have to cover yourself in rabbit pee?
You run rabbits, so no. You're wanting to push them up.
Okay.
And then you blast them. You're not sitting and waiting.
Blast them. God, they do not have it coming.
Yeah, you blast them, and then you take them home. You put 2 nails in a tree for both rabbits and squirrels, and you hook the nails. You hook their back feet through those nails. You clean a rabbit or a squirrel in a matter of 3 minutes.
Oh.
Is this almost over?
Mo has entered the conversation. Thought he was working on the trade deadline. All right.
The trade deadline question is an easy one. That's just if Tim wants to try to win some money back from me.
So, you emailed me and I didn't get back to you? I'm disappointed in myself.
I didn't email you. I sent a text earlier in the show when you guys were talking about.
Well, I mean, we get a lot of texts, but if you want to email me, I'll be happy. So what do you want to wager, Chris? What's the bet? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I want to wager. I want you to decide if you think Notto will be there after the trade line or not there after the trade line.
That's a good question.
And I'll give you a chance to win your 50 back.
And hey, I appreciate. I'm always up for wagering. I'm just trying. I felt way more certain, and I obviously wound up being wrong, that he was going to be traded during the off season. I just don't know now because the evidence is so clear with his trends offensively.
Well, here's the deal, then, Tim. As a degenerate, you flip a coin. That's what I mean. I could flip a coin and decide which way I'm going. I'm a degenerate gambler. You're a degenerate gambler. We just got to get together, take opposite sides.
I respect that. I respect that quite a bit. I like to get my money in good, so to speak, where at least I think I have an edge, and I do believe I had an edge on the Arenado off-season deal with him going to Boston, but then Alex Bregman blew it up and cost me, Doug, as you know, I got a fourth mortgage after having to pay off the listeners I gambled with. On this one, I'm more in the coin flip. If you guys had to bet, would you bet Arenado's gone on Friday morning?
I would bet no, because I think it's too complicated.
It's tougher, right? What do you think, Doug?
I'd say no, too.
And what do you think, Chris? You think no, right?
Yeah, I think no.
Yeah, it's a tough. Is there anybody that is not one of the standard names in the trade deadline that you think is going to be gone?
Not unless you're going to give me odds. I'd love to have like 6-1 that Donovan's gone. If you want to pay me 6-1,
I don't do 6-1s and pay them out. I do. I'm the 1-6 guy.
6-1 if you're on the receiving end.
Absolutely, 100%, brother. We're on the same page there. Chris, thank you for the phone call and talking hot piss play.
Oh,
thanks, Chris. That's Chris
thank
talking.
you, Woodsman.
Giving us some information on deer urine.
Although the texters are disagreeing, saying, you idiot, you don't spray it all over yourself. You put a little on your boots, that's it. He's been accused of not being a true deer hunter. But
David, how about a little Popeye's chicken? That good for your golf swing?
He knows Popeye's chicken is good for your golf swing. He knows how to blast them rabbits, though.
240 friends gathered watching the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. That is the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
As your hometown home loan provider, Together Credit Union has a home loan solution for every buyer. They also have specialty loans like the Community Contributor Mortgage. This is for teachers, firefighters, healthcare, and emergency medical professionals, and more. Benefits include low down payment, lower interest rates, no private mortgage insurance requirements. So one of the many great things about Together Credit Union is the mortgages made just for you, including that Community Contributor Mortgage. They have fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional jumbo loans. They've got it all. It can get complicated, but when you work with Together Credit Union, they keep it simple. simple, and everything handled here in-house. And when we say here, we mean in St. Louis. Together Credit Union's experienced team handles the underwriting, the servicing, everything in between, all done locally. Remember, Together Credit Union is your hometown home loan provider. Visit togethercu.org for rates, terms, details. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union, an equal housing lender, federally insured by NCUA.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Colorado head coach Deion Sanders will hold his first press conference of fall camp today. It's expected to be at 11 a.m. today, where he is expected to discuss undisclosed health issues this offseason that have kept him from the Colorado Buffaloes. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101, ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt taking calls regarding deer urine on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. And Doug over on your right and Martin over on your left. Look, it's James Carlton from the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency.
I saw him standing over there. Hello, Jimmy.
Well, good morning, Doug, and everyone else. How are we doing?
You never go by Jimmy, do you? It's James.
Yeah, some people call me Jimmy.
Oh, really?
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take
What about JC?
I get that sometimes, too.
What's your preference, James?
I don't care. Yeah, just something nice.
And if you played hockey, what would it be, Carlsy?
Yeah, that's probably about right. Yeah.
I think it probably would be
Kilcoyne. Is that you?
Killer, maybe.
Killer. 100% killer.
Mm-hmm. So I remember you going kind of on I guess a little rant years ago on a movie called A Winter's Bone.
I love the movie.
Kind of sounds like
Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah, it was her coming out party.
Kind of sounds like a film title that maybe Iggy would have on DVD or something like that. But I remember Martin just going crazy about this random movie.
How good it was, and the fact that it was based in Missouri, and it was these like backwoods meth drug deals, and it was just a haunting scene of what goes on back in the woods. And it's like 3 hours from St. Louis. Loosely based on that world. And I said, this is just an unbelievable movie. And then Frank went and saw it and was mortified and said it was horrible. So we had a good or bad debate, Jackson.
I was thinking you could join Jackson on Movie Boy when the A Winter's Bone review comes up.
Have you seen, I know you don't have a microphone and you're in the Nell vibe right now. Thumbs up, Jennifer Lawrence. That's when she burst onto the scene with the movie. Remember Teardrop? He's nodding. He actually is. Yes, I was a fan of the movie, and then Frank said, moving forward, all of my theatrical choices were thrown out because I endorsed Winters. But I stand by it.
It's about drug use in the woods?
It's kind of, it's a sad story, really, the way these people were living down the woods. I mean, it's kind of Deliverance-esque in terms of lifestyle-ish kind of in the woods, but drug dealing and the sadness. But the scariest part, you see these drug deals going down, and they're wearing cardinal hats. And they're at like the cattle call. They're wearing cardinal hats. Like,
why do you think that's so prevalent in the really small towns in the backwoods? Is it because there's nothing else to do? So kids get strung out on drugs?
I guess it's easy money if you're selling it, and then they get addicted. I don't know. We'll take meth calls. We took deer urine calls. Now we'll take meth calls.
Why'd you get into it?
Speaking of Frank, were you on with Frank this weekend?
Yeah,
I saw him tweet that out. How was it?
On
it was
radio?
fine.
Or
Sports Plus.
On television?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Exposure.
Gosh.
How'd you do that?
I need more exposure.
Doesn't that violate your current deal? Because
I haven't been there. I haven't been to Channel 4 in almost 4 years.
Oh, no, Martin, not again.
Tim, I said I'm flipping around the TV, and I'm like, let's see what Doug's got. It's a Sunday night, probably talking trade deadline. But then he was on 5, and I said, this is blowing my mind, sitting there with Frank.
I was falling asleep when it came on, and I heard my voice, and I was prattling on about something.
You're prattling.
I rolled back over and went to sleep.
I was mad because they buried it. I wanted to see it, but I also wanted to leave the 2 Fox and get home. And Frank did a little best of hit and run. I said, I don't want a best of hit and run. I want to see Doug Vaughn.
I think that's tonight.
Are you doing a hit and run with Frank?
I think so. Yeah.
Can't wait.
A lot of exposure. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good.
Exposure is what I'm all about.
You always have been about exposure.
Uh-huh. Me, and more me, please.
I heard Frank tease it. Frank didn't go to teasing school. He taught the class. And at the beginning of the show last night, you're going to want to be with us. Doug Vaughn is here, and he is on his game.
You were on your game?
That's what he said you were on your game. Sold.
God, it had to be a slow week in sports. I know the Cardinals are struggling. The Blues aren't playing, and Mizzou hadn't started. I guess I've just explained why I was on. Nothing else.
I'm going to find it on the old YouTube today.
I didn't have a chance to see Wellington in the conductor's hat over there I'm looking at, but what were you wearing with the Dustin Diamond interview.
Oh, this goes back to nearly 21 years ago when Dustin Diamond, Doug, he played Screech.
Yes, I remember that.
On Saved by the Bell, and Martin, the cat, and I for the morning grind. I think Martin wore a monocle. I dressed up as a Civil War soldier, and the cat, I think, wore a football helmet, and none of us addressed it and just conducted the interview as straightforward as possible to the confusion of Screech.
I wish YouTube was live back then.
Yeah, it would have been nice. Michael Wellington, by the way, has texted in. He's listening to the program, and he was kind enough to fill in last week. And he said, Jackson was correct. I called Drink a clown. Drink was a clown before I put on the conductor's hat, and he's been one since I took it off. That is Michael Wellington down filling in last week on TMA.
I know he's a Tennessee guy, but I'm not a huge Heupel fan either. Is that his guy? Wellington respond.
So this was last week.
That's what I'm saying.
I thought you were saying years ago when he got an extension. Oh, you're talking about last week. Wow. Because I think for the drink critics, and I was a critic, they won 21 games. I had to say, okay, it's working. Mizzou, it's working. I had a lot of concerns, questions, but they got the 21 wins. He's got the big contract. Stadium's full. Doug, you always point to that. People are excited. So I guess I have seeded.
They're expanding the stadium. The donors' money's pouring in. NIL
Have you seen
money
that,
doing
James?
great.
I saw some pictures of the North
I saw
End
it last
Zone.
week. I was down there last week.
What'd you think of the North End Zone?
It's kind of an eyesore right now, from the field because it's obviously not even near completion, but it's going to be incredible. And I did get to visit the South Side where they redid it 3 or 4 years ago, and I think Bo Prevula alluded to that on that podcast he did, that the facilities blew him away compared to a big time program like Penn State, and it's unbelievable. Like every one of these kids has like a flat screen size digital display with their photo and name above their locker. I mean, it is really a state of the art facility down there. And Drinkwitz, he's selling out the place. He's getting all this donor money, and he's bringing in big time portal guys. And did you hear yesterday that none of his defensive staff, none of his coaching staff knows anything about the players' contracts? So they can truly let the best man win, not feeling like they have to.
Oh, so by design, don't let him know what he's getting
Corey
paid.
Batoon and Moore have no idea what these kids are made, allegedly. I mean, that's what Drinkwitz said at his press conference. Yeah. And I love that. I think that's great because then truly there's no bias based on, we paid this guy X amount, so he better see the field. I love that. So we'll see. I mean, quarterback's a big position, obviously, and there's a big question mark out there as well as left tackle, but I think they're really, really set on the defensive side of the ball. And that's going to keep you in a lot of games. So, 6.5, book it. I'll take the over all day.
I really do like it. If it were 7.5, I'd be hesitant.
Yeah.
6.5, I couldn't believe it. I think it had been at 7. And then Riz Stalter and I sat down for the spread zone last week, presented by FanDuel, and I went to the numbers the night before to make my plays. And I saw Missouri was at 6.5, and I go, I have to take the over. The one that I like the most, for those who did not see the spread zone, Arizona State, Illinois, and Missouri. I'm on the over on their 3 win totals for the record. Arizona State is returning a bunch of players back from that team that really should have been part of the Final Four.
Yeah, they impressed me.
After a bad call against Texas. So I'm high on the Sun Devils. I'm high on the Illini, and I'm high on being over 6.5 doesn't mean that I'm super high on Missouri, but going 7-5, you get paid as far as the bet goes. So there is my reasoning, and it'd be a wonderful thing around here if you have both Missouri and Illinois in the mix. Oh, Doug, how would you do with a little Missouri-Illinois college football playoff first round game in Columbia, Missouri, or Champaign, Illinois?
How about the Dome right here in St. Louis?
Oh, God.
I lost you. Oh, well, I like the matchup.
I think 5 UFL teams are calling it their home this upcoming season.
Just thinking about it, Tim. So in the last 25 years, 07 kind of came out of nowhere a little bit, and 08 was a good year, not great, and then it kind of fell off in 09, if I remember, and then 13 and 14. They've never really had 3 years in a row of consistency, double-digit type wins. So maybe they could break that streak this year.
That's how you build fans who didn't just go to school there. That is usually what you have in SEC programs and Big Ten for that matter.
I just don't know if it can happen here in Missouri.
See, I think it can, and I think a big part of that is the east side of the state not having an NFL team, or not really having an NFL team. even though many have chosen one. James, always enjoyed the conversation. James and I got a chance to spend some time together this weekend. James, once again, was in the mix.
Until the 54th hole.
Until the final hole, and he is... tell Doug the story, because Doug, I know, bet on you.
The story, oh God, the listeners are going to love this. Well, I had about a 15
the last time you choked me.
No, so this was not me choking.
No, but I'm saying just to remind the audience, not to remind you.
James got to the shootout in the tournament, and he was concerned about the opening tee shot, which he would have to, because there are some it's not like there's 1,000 people there, but I don't know, maybe 100 of people watching it. And so that was your first time hitting a tee shot in front of people. And for the record, you don't play a lot. Correct. You're like a 20 handicap.
Correct.
And you skied the tee shot about what?
Yeah, skied would be generous. I duffed it. Yes, I duffed it. But I had the hottest flat stick of my life this weekend.
Bill. Did you? Oh, that's all you need,
just
Doug.
Deadly within 8 feet.
Ask Kurt Kitayama about that.
Yeah. But no, it was a great time. It was always good to see Tim.
Clip that off.
And so you made... That was a major limit.
Double gong.
And so you made a putt to win?
No, so I made almost every putt, but I had a 15-footer to push with a sharp right to left on 6 there, and it lipped out.
Oh.
And now we're tied going into the last hole. If we win the hole, we win the match, we win the flight. It's all gravy.
And some material dollars.
And you won it.
It's an alternate shot.
But you came through big time.
And we didn't make the putt at the end to get us over the hump. So.
Oh, this is your teammate didn't make it?
He did great. Yeah.
He didn't make it, though. He should have made it, shouldn't he?
This is what can break up a pairing right here, Doug. Going on 101 ESPN and attacking your playing partner over missing a putt.
I think Doug is digging here.
He is. This is the journalism that Frank loves on Sports Plus.
How was his tap-in? How far was the tap-in that he missed?
I wouldn't say that, no, but it was a great time.
Was he within the leather?
It was a great time. It was hot.
He was within the leather, wasn't he?
No, they would have given us. No, they probably would. These guys would not have given us that putt, actually.
So 3 feet, 4 feet?
I'd say 5.
He missed a 5-footer, and it cost you the event.
Like Doug went to no hedging school. You are not allowing any hedging.
Right. 5-footer for 5 figures. I wouldn't be able to sleep. I bet you haven't slept.
It's a long weekend.
So you
James Carlton.
Money?
I got second place. I think you get half of your entry fee.
Okay, that's
nice to have. Which is only a large discrepancy between what it would have been had he made the putt. Now, we'll air him out on social media for you. James Carlton, he's online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800. That is how you can call him and talk it over with James. And somebody is sitting there in Webster Groves right now, multiple people are, to take your call. And he can save you money. He's been my insurance agent for the last 6 years. That's James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agent. Thank you, James.
Thanks, gentlemen. Take care.
All right,
James
thank
Carlton,
you, James.
Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. And, he is obviously raging and hasn't slept over the missed. And you said it was a tap-in. Wow. So you were watching the live feed.
Well, that's kind of what I got from his body language and the way he described it. That his playing partner missed a gimme, and it cost him $100,000 or so.
Give or take.
That hurts. That hurts a lot.
Goodness. Jeff Passan, friend of the show, has just posted some names for the trade deadline, and multiple Cardinals are on there. We will have what he's got with his rankings, Doug, of the top 50 players that he expects to be in the mix to go on the move here in the next 72 hours. That's next here on TMA 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on the program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you as Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt Manning, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. We welcome you to participate in the show by calling in 314-974-0101, by texting in 314-399-9646, or by emailing in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Martin, I think you know something about Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's what I think.
Yep, love Design Air because it's a company you can count on. We've all been experienced that ourselves, dealing with Seth Goldcamp and the team. Who's the handsome repairman that everybody's...
Larry's a Silver Fox.
Silver Fox. People are asking for him by name, but the thing about Design Air is you can count on him this week, next week, years down the road. They've been doing this for more than a century, been involved in St. Louis, making sure your home is comfortable year-round. That's what you want, is somebody you can trust. As we heard from the testimonial earlier, you get some folks who are trying to upsell you, and that just not only complicates the process, it costs you money. So you want to make sure you're with the team that gets it right and doesn't mess around. That's what Design Air Service is all about. Get online, designairservice.com. It's hot. When that AC goes out, it's a little bit of a panic. They understand they're going to get to you soon, and they're going to fix it correctly. Not trying to sell you anything you don't need. It's a company you can count on for decades to come. They've been doing it right for a long time. DesignerService.com. Also supporting the folks who have sponsored this show longer than any other company.
Amen.
Saved my parents this weekend.
Oh, is that right? You got hit?
Wow,
My parents' AC went out, and they called Design Air. The guy, the Design Air technician, didn't have the part at that time at night, but he was back first thing the next morning with the part.
How about that?
Ready to go.
Was this
fixed
Larry?
it. I don't believe so, but he was great and saved the day so my parents weren't sitting there in sweltering heat all weekend. So thank you to Design Air. Big time.
Boy, it would have been a hot box to not have air.
I'm telling you, brother. It is Design Air, the sponsor of the email today. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can compete. Coming up at 10:45. Friend of the program, Jeff Passan, has just posted his Doug top 57.
Gosh.
What? I haven't said anything.
Okay.
The headline says top 50 MLB trade deadline candidates, but he's got 57, so he went above and beyond the call of duty. Okay. How many members of the St. Louis Baseball Cardinals LLC do you think are on Jeff Passan's list of 57?
Top 57. Well, it's got to be Helsley.
Okay.
And it's got to be Maton.
Okay.
Maybe Romero or
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
I don't know that Donnie's going to be on there.
Nolan Gorman got his eye
I don't think Gorman will be on there.
Who else you got, Jackie? Who else?
No,
Mason Wynn.
I don't think he's going to do it. No, Arenado probably is on there. So that's
You're at 3.
That's correct.
I said Helsley, Arenado,
And Maton.
Burley got the bat.
Not Burley. It's either Matz or Romero.
I think Matz is
Let's say
definitely on
Matz
that list.
be on that list.
Okay. You're at 4.
I'll say that's about it.
You are correct, and you nailed
really?
the names, too. It's show prep season around here.
Romero was not it.
He was not on there. But the other 4 names, Helsley is the highest ranked of the Cardinals who are on that list. Ryan Helsley is at 18. Nolan Arenado is up there. He is at 23. And then you got to scroll down to the bottom of the list to get the others. Maton's at 44. Matz is at 45. As far as the number 1 player, would you like to take a guess? I think you're going to get it.
Braden Sheen.
No, not the Cardinals or the Blues.
Suarez.
That's correct.
Everybody wants him.
Yeah.
He's having a huge year.
He's got the Cubs, Mariners, Brewers, Reds, and Phillies all listed.
Yeah.
90% trade percentage for him. Next is Joe Ryan, Mackenzie Gore, Dylan Cease, and Stephen Kwan of the Guardians. So there is what is going on with Jeff Passan's reporting on the trade deadline. With regard to Helsley and who makes sense, he says the Dodgers, Phillies, Yankees, and then the Blue Jays, Tigers, Mets, and Mariners. Now, Arenado's the one that is intriguing with the teams that make sense because he has the no-trade clause, and none of these 3 teams that he lists as being the best fits were on his list per Katie Wu. during the offseason. And the list of the 3 teams. Anybody want to fire a guess? I mean, Doug, you're hot right now. You want to?
Houston.
No.
Oh, Detroit.
Yes.
New York Yankees.
No.
Oh,
He just picked up McMahon. He probably would have been on that list.
I agree.
Can I have initials of this team?
MB.
MB, the Michigan Bobcats. They got a team?
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
And a Milwaukee Brewers.
Yes, Charlie Marlowe AI helped you out.
Yeah.
SM. That's a Rihanna song, am I right? Rihanna and Britney Spears is on that too.
Is she really?
Yeah.
The Springfield
Mud Pies.
Springfield Mud Pies have a team?
No, they don't.
Do chains and whips excite you?
Clip that off.
No. Should they?
Clip that off.
Suck it, Doug.
Seattle Mariners. Stop it, ball game.
Seattle Mariners is correct.
And I believe Detroit and Seattle were in the mix in the offseason. And again, I was told, and I don't know which 2 teams, but that the Cardinals had 2 teams willing to take Arenado's full contract, but that he was not interested. And my guess, and I don't know this for a fact, but Detroit, Seattle would have been likely to be those teams. So here we are back to where we were. And if you're Nolan Arenado, does Detroit appeal to you just because of the fact they're a good team? You're talking October.
Think how much money that cost the DeWitts having to pay Arenado when, if he had accepted the trade, they would have been out from under that contract. You think every time the DeWitts went out for dinner, they got the side salad instead of the full thing?
Instead of a rabbit?
Yeah, don't order the cattleman's cut.
Because the Astros deal fell through?
Right. It just cost us
Did you want a
$40
dessert?
million.
No, couldn't deal Arenado. We'll skip the dessert.
Mm-hmm. Well, gosh, if you're him, don't you want to get out at this point? Wouldn't you go just about anywhere to a contender?
Here's a lot of people say that, and I understand it. I'm not trying to dismiss it. The one thing I would say is, in both Arenado and Gray's case, Arenado even has an additional year versus Gray, and Contreras is the same deal. You're not just going like Maton will be or Helsley will be for a couple of months. And both those guys, Arenado's family is younger, but both of them have families. And if they're going, we just don't want to be in that particular place for whatever reason for the long term, and I think a lot of fans go, don't you just want to win? And I understand that, but once you get to a point where you have, both these guys have 9-figure net worths, I think that they may, and are also in their mid-30s, they may prioritize the living and where it would be more than the competition. But I think that can irritate fans hearing that. But I think that's a real part of the discussion.
Yeah, and I understand that, but we still have to be realistic and know that St. Louis is not exactly Miami or Tampa or San Diego.
No, I'm saying that, but they're already here, so they already have built the roots here, and especially with Gray talking about the importance of being close to Nashville, going to take your pick of whatever. For the record, it is of note on that list from Jeff Passan that Sonny Gray's name is not on there. Because I would think if he was going to be in the mix, he would be one of the top 57 without question. I realize he has had some rough starts here lately, but that is of note.
If you were Arenado, would you do it? The chance to win. Go to Detroit for the next 2+ years. A.J. Hinch, good manager.
I think
Seems
so.
to be a solid organization. If you stay here,
I personally would. The answer is yes.
I think I would.
But again, I don't know his situation. I mean, at this point, like you were saying, if you're here, you can kind of handle anything.
I mean, all we can gauge it by is a baseball choice. I mean, family stuff obviously weighs into it, but from a baseball choice, if you stay here, it's not going to get a whole lot better next year. So, I mean...
Yeah. And you're not going to win a championship.
Right. And if that's the whole goal, yeah, he might say, is Detroit really going to win? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
They're absolutely live to.
No, I mean, you could probably doubt it or say, well, I don't know. But it's certainly a much better spot to be in for the next couple of years than in St. Louis, if you're hoping to be in October and win.
Doug, we have a report, and as you know, we have some incredible reporters. Ray King covered Matty Mock for us. Mm-hmm. The River to Perry yacht captain says, I am hearing Arenado is building a new house in Cottleville behind Frankie Martin's. He must be staying. That's the River to Perry yacht captain who says Arenado is building a house in Cottleville behind.
It's become kind of a golf kart community. You see a lot of golf carts parked there at Frankie Martin, so maybe that's especially attractive to him.
Well, I have a carport.
Yeah. He's got a chance to drive his golf cart to a pickleball court and see some of those little concerts that they have out there on the artificial
How are the
turf.
sports? Are they great?
Well, yeah, they're pretty good.
Doug the Baldwin Beer Bitch is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. She was our listener of the year. Baldwin Beer Bitch, what month and year were you our listener of the month here on TMA?
It was either August or September.
Was it August or September?
I don't know.
I was right after, what's his name? Jake Reynolds, the nice guy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, I think I was September. Doug, you didn't greet me. Can you greet
hello,
me?
bitch. There.
Why are you yelling?
I'm not trying to yell.
Hey, I just wanted to. I just got a couple travel trends I've noticed. So my husband and we went to Florida like the other poors last week.
Where in Florida? It sounds like you didn't necessarily get to the Atlantic Ocean. That's the read I'm picking up on.
No, we went to the Tampa area. It was actually really nice. But, okay, so there's a new sky pigging trend developing that I had to report on.
What is it?
Have you guys seen these women bringing salads in mason jars and eating them on the plane?
Wow.
Gosh.
Doug's not going to like that.
In a mason jar.
They're mason jars, and they're a full salad in there. It kind of, like those terrarium kits for children where they can build terrariums.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it looks like. It's got the different layers of the base is the lettuce and then all the toppings. And normally you wouldn't think of a salad to be smelly, but you could smell the onions, the cucumbers, the Dijon mustard, the ranch, the vinaigrette.
Do they bring out the mason jars at cruising altitude to reward themselves?
Well, it was actually before, so I don't know. Is that technically sky pigging?
If it's on the ground but in an airplane, Doug?
Ground pigging.
So that must be, I'm not trying to shame anyone's choice. I'm not shaming the fact that it's salad, but it's just really, do you need to bring mason jars full of food onto an airplane?
I'm kind of surprised you can even get the mason jar through security, because that could be used as a weapon, couldn't it?
Well, and then kind of going back to Jackson sauce and botulism, you think back on the timing, that food's been sitting in that mason jar for at least 2 hours, if not longer.
Mm-hmm. No, you never want to do the math on it because it'll haunt you to your core.
It wasn't refrigerated. They just pull it out of their purse. It's not like
it's got to be. Just soggy as all get out. You have to think, right?
Yeah.
And you saw more than one woman do this?
Yes. There was a woman to our left and one right behind us, and we were making fun of the woman to our left. And while we were doing that, the woman behind us pulls out her mason jar.
Oh,
so.
Nice.
And the most criminal part of it was our flight was 3 p.m. It wasn't lunchtime or dinner time. It was perfectly in the middle of no sky pigging necessary, but nope, there were mason jars full of salad.
Apparently, they sell them at the airport. So
right.
So I'm my
Chili's to go.
My father's texting me that they sell it in vending machines at the airport. So that's a vending.
Daddy Padres used to call it.
Vending
Doug,
machine.
You ever get a salad in a mason jar at the airport before you stop over in Midway?
In a vending machine.
You go to Lambert Airport and get some canned salad.
Hey, you want a Heath bar or do you want a salad in a mason jar?
Here's my two other travel trends. I know I'm on a tight limit here since I'm a woman talking on your show. But, well, no, not because of you guys, because of the listeners. I know. Don't worry. I have the timer on the cookies. I'm not letting them burn. But the other one was, so have you guys heard of this? So just to clarify, Mr. Triple B and I are not swingers, but we don't judge others who are. Have you heard of this new loofah trend?
A loofah trend? No.
So a couple we met was telling us something about because we weren't far from the Villages, and they were telling us that in the Villages, the upside down pineapple just became too obvious. So I guess now the swinger sign is different colored loofahs. And we actually saw a couple at the airport with a yellow loofah on their suitcase, which apparently means they're open to swinging, but they're nervous about it. Have you guys heard of
They're nervous.
So nervous that they have a yellow loofah on their suitcase.
Oh.
There's a whole color.
May I join you?
Jackson is dialing it up.
He is dialed in, Martin.
That's the thing to do now on cruise ships and people's doors. Apparently, you just put the color loofah, and the different colors signifies what you're into.
You hang it on the front of your door.
Yeah, or they said that the people in the villages will hang it on their golf cart, and then some of them will just have every loofah possible, which means they're open to everything.
We describe them as sporting.
That sounds desperate.
So I don't know. I mean, I know there's a lot of swingers that listen to this show. So if anyone could, I Googled it and found Reddit articles, so it seems to be corroborated. But if anyone else has a firsthand story, this seems to be the new trend taking off in Florida, is this loofah trend.
Doug, I'm going to have a loofah hanging from my mic tomorrow, and you just can interpret it however you want.
What color will it be?
The last travel etiquette question I'd like to pose to you guys. So we were leaving the Tampa airport, and I did notice it was ranked the #1 cleanest airport in the world.
It is nice, isn't it? It's nice.
It is.
Yeah.
They had a little placard outside. There was a girl, she had Chick-fil-A on the bathroom counter, and she wasn't full-on dining, but she was pulling fries out and eating the fries. What do you think of that in the bathroom?
In the bathroom.
No, your food cannot enter the bathroom with you.
No.
Once it gets once it gets into that airspace, it is now contaminated.
Even if it's in a mason jar.
That is vile.
Yeah.
Now your waffle fries taste like bathroom.
Imagine what's floating around in there.
It's best not to think about it.
Though, if it was the cleanest, if it was the #1 ranked bathroom.
Hey, it's a bathroom nonetheless.
Yeah.
People defecate there.
No.
On that note, Doug, what is your top Rushmore of airport bathrooms?
Yeah, what is your Mount
guy in
Rushmore of
Minnesota.
airport bathrooms? The guy in Minnesota, Senator Craig, he had a great time in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Or one.
I guess this one with the Tampa where it's clean enough to eat your Chick-fil-A
waffle fries.
there. Yeah. I'll go Lambert because that's always, the greatest airport in the world.
It's always nice and human in those bathrooms. Why is it so hot in here?
I got to come up with another one?
I guess so. Yeah, you got to complete it.
I'll say, how about the one in Atlanta? Isn't that the busiest airport in the world now? The Atlanta Hartsfield?
Yeah.
So they must have some really nice stalls.
It's starting to feel like a filibuster.
Baldwin, Beer Bitch, any other thoughts on loofahs?
No, KG just sent me a black loofah. So.
Oh, what's that mean?
KG, is that the one that means you're into everything?
Yeah, that's full swap.
Oh, Doug, there it is. All right, black loofah hanging from my mic tomorrow.
Full
All right, thanks, boys.
Thank you,
Love
Baldwin, Beer Bitch. We love you.
Triple B.
Mr. Licks. Yeah, there's Martin. There's a lot in there.
But it's apparently called Farmer's Fridge. In many airports, you get the vending machine healthy salad.
Okay. How about that? So this is a real thing. That confirms Jeff Burkett's reporting on Jackson's phone. Mr. Licks did not enjoy the phone call. So someone from Baldwin is upset about a salad in their physical presence. Shocking. That's from Mr. Licks.
Damn.
Didn't appreciate the thoughts.
Nobody zip code shames like this show's listeners.
It truly does. You're welcome to email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. It's coming your way at approximately 10:45 here on the program. The program will also be joined by Brad Thompson here.
10:15. 10:15.
10:15.
He asked for an adjustment.
Doug, we have an adjustment.
He heard the salad talk, and he said, just push me back a little bit.
Push me back a little bit.
Yeah.
Brad Thompson at 10:15, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And there was a surprise thank you yesterday at the Hall of Fame, Doug, that'll warm your heart.
Okay.
We'll have that for you.
All right.
In a speech
I'll
that's
listen.
coming up. This is TMA. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
You've heard the name Stiefel, and yes, it is Stiefel, not Stiffel. They sponsor everything, including this award-winning broadcast dossier. But did you know they're also throwing one of the biggest parties St. Louis has seen since the Parade Down Market in 2019? It's the Stiefel Charity Classic. It's a new title, new energy. It's all going down September 4th through the 7th at Norwood Hills Country Club, where golf legends from the PGA Tour champions show off their beautiful golf swings, and St. Louis shows up to support well-deserved charities. Did we mention there's a concert OAR is performing live at the Friday night community concert presented by CarShield. That's right. Of a Revolution is bringing the good vibes, the sing-alongs, and probably a few thousand people who still know every word to Shattered. Friday's tickets cost $50. Golf and OAR are included. These bad boys are selling faster than a Friday foursome at the Dotem. Any kid 16 and under, active military veterans, and first responders, you're in for free because you are awesome. So grab your sunscreen, your lawn chair, and your best golf outfit and head to Stiefel. That's Stiefel, S-T-I-F-E-L. S-T-I-F-E-L, Stiefel. CharityClassic.com. We will see you there in St. Louis.
Song you were talking, Doug. This is a song you were talking about.
Oh, is it? Okay.
That's lame.
This is Riri.
I don't know who it is.
I'm going to say 2011 to get me 2010 and 2012. That's where I am.
November 12th, 2010 is when this album came out.
Ship it.
Loud. Or 2011.
Ship it. Okay. Ship it. It's TMA 101 ESPN. We continue to watch Vanderbilt and Alabama in here, Doug, and that was that like October 6th last year? October 7th?
Gosh, one thing I don't know is the dates of the years, Tim.
And we are a month away from Missouri opening up their season, and we are 90 minutes away from them opening up camp in Columbia, Missouri. Yesterday in Cooperstown, they celebrated former Cardinal Dick Allen going in, along with former Cardinal hitting coach, but of course known for his time with the Pirates and Reds, and of course to a lesser extent the A's, Blue Jays, Angels. Dave Parker going in with his son handling his speech. CC Sabathia going in. Billy Wagner going in. And this man, Ichiro, who, do you remember his time with the Marlins and where you were when he was?
I don't really. I remember his time with Seattle.
Well,
Marlins kind of at the end of the line.
Here's his recollection.
Okay.
And to the Miami Marlins, I appreciate David Thompson and Mike Hill for coming today. Honestly, when you guys called to offer me a contract for 2015, I have never heard of your team. I have never heard of your team.
It's unbelievable.
I know. And play that in the drop rotation.
He had just a horrendous first year there because he'd still been hitting well. I'm looking at his stats. He hit 229 there that year. And the year after that, he was back to himself hitting 291. I don't know what happened in 2015, but he
had never heard of the franchise. He wasn't motivated.
He didn't know where he was. Didn't know what he was supposed to do.
311 for the career, despite some lesser numbers late. I forgot about him being on the Yankees.
Yeah.
Gosh.
He does speak pretty good English. I wonder if Ohtani's got the same thing going, where while he's a player and everyone wants to talk to him, no speak English.
It's a shot at Edgar Renteria.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
As soon as you retire.
Now, when he
really
does the Cardinal Hall of Fame this September, I guess it is, I can't wait to hear him up there speaking in English, because so many times you'd go up there and say, oh, sorry, no. And then you'd hear him talking to people like, hey, you just said no.
I recall one time being in the Cardinal clubhouse. Don't know which player was giving me trouble that particular day, but I was talking about a wager I had lost on, so you can see how things have changed over the years. And Edgar Renteria, it turns, and he was not involved in the conversation, and he looks at me and goes, you know why you lost? And I go, holy crap, we got a lot of things going on here. Number one, he's talking. Number two, it's in perfectly clear English. And number three, he's going to evaluate my gamble. He goes, you lost because you decided to gamble. Oh, my God, this is guy E.F. Hutton.
Well, morality mixed in there, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is wild. So Ichiro, so MLB hits by a member of a 3,000 hit club through age 26. For reference, Ty Cobb had 1,600 by the time he was 26. Ichiro with 0 when he was 26-year-old, and he's in the 3,000.
Wow.
In Ichiro's 10th at bat, he hit a single that raised his career batting average to 300, and his career batting average never sunk below 300 again after his 10th AB.
That one year he had 262
2004. There was a 63-game span where he averaged 2 hits per game. The only player in MLB
He broke
history
George
to do so.
Sisler's record.
Yeah.
Who lived across the street from one of my high school friends. And I'd see him walking around as a very old man. My friend would say, yeah, that guy apparently was a great player. I said, no, it couldn't be. Look at him now. And he was a major stud, of course.
If Ichiro wanted to go under 300 for his career, he would have to go 0 for 411 in his next 400.
Tony Gwynn has numbers like that, too.
Yeah, right. And the career 375 batting average against Hall of Fame pitchers.
Wow. That's a nice little stat.
And as a rookie of the year and MVP. How often does that happen, Jackson?
Probably never.
Only 3 times in his career did he even have double-digit home runs.
Right.
15 for a career high. And yet, if you were an outfielder like that today, people would say, "No, you got to swing for the fence. What are you doing?"
Apparently, he
370.
works for the Mariners, still lives in the Seattle area, and somebody was telling me this, that he's like a special coach. So he goes to the pregame, runs around the field, they're shagging and all of that, and then he gets in his car and goes home. Never stays for the game. Like, that's not a bad little gig.
I have never heard of your team.
It's awesome. Because he had to make the choice to put that in there and thinking, oh, it's Cooperstown, it's supposed to be sappy, and he's like, nah, screw it.
That's great. Matter. Don Pepe is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Always great when the Don is present, and he says this, Doug. Days like today or when I really miss the Ponderosa salad bar.
You like a salad bar,
Did
Doug?
they get a sneeze guard on
They
there?
have to have one, right?
Yeah.
That's mandated by the health department?
I would have to think. You guys do much buffet eating?
No, I don't. Not as much as I'd like to.
Yeah, me too.
Because I really like going back for second and thirds.
Right.
And if given the
dessert.
opportunity, I would do just that. That's why I stay out of those places. Because I can't help myself.
Well, the salad bar will grow into like, there's some grilled chicken over there. Oh, and actually, there's some fried chicken. Oh, I'll add that to my
even
salad.
better. Yeah, how about some pudding?
I had to watch it down. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's 101 ESPN. Martin, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the Stiefel dossier. We have had an audible with Brad Thompson's now at 10:15. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is always 10:45. But segment 9-2 and the audio that we have about Charles Barkley, you're going to want to stick around to hear this. It is it's alarming. And little Jackie Papers put it right in there at 9-2. Well, you're going to get it coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals back in action this evening, taking on the Miami Marlins after splitting the weekend series with the Padres. Cardinals-Marlins tonight at 6:45 p.m. Andre Palante on the mound for your St. Louis baseball Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, when this comes on, do you sing along? When you hear Josie's on a vacation?
As you know, I'm poor lyrically. I usually can't remember the songs. Just a couple words.
Jackson, is this the jam, even though it predates your birth by 13 years?
It's absolutely the jam.
Wow. Did they play it at the Viper Room in Columbia?
They should. I don't believe that they do. But it kind of leads in. So one of my clearing the deck questions is, what's the all-American sing-along song where the most amount of people would know the words and be able to sing together?
Sweet Caroline's Live?
Yeah, I think Sweet Caroline's probably the
Piano
answer.
Man.
Country Roads is getting up there.
Yeah. Tiny Dancer?
No, that's too hard.
Doug just dunked on you.
That's too hard.
What about Levon?
You got it.
Has anybody watched the Billy Joel two-part documentary on Max, HBO Max? We watched episode 2 yesterday. It's 2 episodes.
Just saw
Pretty
an ad
good.
for it.
I bet it's really good.
Really enjoyed it. So no one has watched it, Chairman?
No.
It's major recommendation. I love those things. I mean, the Eagle, the one I don't know if HBO did it, but have you ever watched the one on the Eagles? I mean, that goes back. It might be 20 years old at this point, but it is so good. Major recommendation. It's always, in my mind anyway, kind of tough when you get to the fourth wife and you're interviewing about that, and it's kind of like, yeah.
Like she's given an interview about him.
Well, all 4 of his wives do interviews, but it's kind of that they spent a little too much time.
Not a great look.
Well, it's not about that so much as it's just like, okay, I guess what I'm saying is,
do we need to hear from all 4?
In particular, I get that it would be awkward to leave her out if you hear from the exes, and so I understand. I'm sure Billy Joel had some control of the production, so to leave her out, and he does have 2 super young children for being, I guess I would gather around 75. That would be my ballpark guess. But is that correct?
76.
76. Yeah, I think he has a daughter who's 4 or something like that. But I thought that there could have been some better time spent on other things from earlier in the career, or even like the 1990s when he kind of decided to shut it down as a songwriter, than that part. So I think your review of a concert many times will be how you leave feeling, so to speak. And if this thing is a total of 5 hours combined between its 2 episodes, the final 15 to 20% focusing on that, I felt like was a poor allocation when there's so much to get to. That is, but overall, the Tam Avenue Capital Partners, which are now in the film reviewing business, in part because of our pending litigation with goodorbad.com and trying to collect our investment because they're pre-revenue still in year 4. Is our official review, Doug. It's 4 stars on a scale of 1 to 5 stars, Tam Avenue Capital Partners.
I'm with you in that I think people who want to watch a Billy Joel documentary are much more interested in the music than in his social life. Because you just figure a lot of people in show business have married and divorced. It's just kind of part of the deal, it seems.
Yeah.
So that's not really what makes him interesting.
Yeah, and so that's where it obviously kind of ends, and you're just kind of like, oh, well, I mean, And I'll tell you this, you can tell, like, Christy Brinkley's, is still kind of the one, for both of them.
And that's the one you'd want to hear from, because they were
she was great, but his first wife was his producer or manager, I guess.
I would think first wife, because how it all started, the explosion of his career, Christy Brinkley, celebrity couple, and we're good.
And his first wife, as it turns out, Doug, was a cuckold situation.
Oh, no.
He was in a band with one other guy, and the band broke up when Billy Joel took that guy's wife and married her.
Oh, she was a wife at the time.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't just like a girl he was seeing. No.
Kind of like Culture Club.
Yeah, well, that's Boy George sleeping with every member of the band.
Oh, no.
That'll happen.
I would think it would break up the band, too, if there's just two of you, and one of you had your wife stolen by the other. That would pretty much do it.
Yeah.
Sharon in Clayton says, Living on a Prayer is a Mount Rushmore sing-along song to answer Jackson's query.
Yeah, I could see that.
Be up there.
Sharon in Clayton's having a big show, Doug.
Mm-hmm. I see Friends in Low Places.
Yeah.
I think that's another
American Pie.
Don't Stop Believing by Journey.
Eagles documentary is a must-see. Journey is also a good one. I'm not aware of the Journey one. And my wife was just asking me, I don't know what we were doing. We just had YouTube on, and Don't Stop Believing was in the rotation. And my wife's like, God, that's just one of the greatest voices ever. Whatever happened to him? And I go, I don't know. I know he still, pops up at like San Francisco Giants games. But what happened there? I didn't know there was a Journey documentary. Anybody seen that?
2012. No. It looks like it's...
Is goodOrBad.com having a chance to review that?
We don't do documentaries. Okay. We keep our analysis, our takes on feature films. No offense, just what we focus on.
So is the question, why did Steve Perry leave Journey?
Yeah, that, and then
probably like a Shelley Long thing, kind of had a big idea.
And he did Oh Sherry.
Yeah, cuckold situation.
And again, another one?
Could have been.
I recommend Hunting Wives.
As a sport?
It's a show on Netflix. That's from Sharon's Ladue Pool Boy. Doug, have you had a chance to watch Hunting Wives?
No, what is that about?
Jackson?
Is this another cover yourself in deer urine situation? Hunting wives.
How many situations?
It's literally about hunting wives who hunt. Stars Brittany Snow, who you may remember, Doug, from X, the Ty West horror film from 2022.
No, I don't
of course,
remember
Malcolm X,
Good.
and that was with Denzel Washington. Spike
Also
Lee.
good. Different film, but good nonetheless. Don't know.
So
Can't say much about
wives
hunting.
Who get together and go out and hunt?
The log line is Sophie trades city life for East Texas and falls into a wealthy socialite's magnetic orbit with a clique of housewives, where a clique of housewives hide dirty secrets.
Read it again!
It's like a KOMU newscast.
And in Van, Sophie trades city life. Heads up. Sophie trades city life for East Texas and falls into a wealthy socialite's magnetic orbit, where a clique of housewives hide deadly secrets. It sounds a little Hallmarky, but what do I know?
Gosh.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I like Brittany Snow. Again, of course, Doug and X.
Of course.
During a Behind the Music in 2001, Steve Perry said he never really felt like he was part of the band.
Really?
Then the former manager said, well, that's like the Pope saying he was never Catholic.
I got to watch the documentary. I didn't know there was one.
That would seem a weird thing to say since you're the front man for the band.
Yeah.
Doug, Hunting Wives will turn you into a lesbian. That's from John.
I don't know that it's possible that I could become a lesbian.
Doug, I'm lactating. Thanks.
Guys, Steve Perry went to Melville. That's from the
No,
Big
he did
Show.
not. He did not.
You guys suck. That's from the 618. Tim will love Hunting Wives. That's from the 314. Starting to pick up a read.
You got a super girl cousin who shows up in a cape.
It's Mike Francesa's
He's
review.
still mad about Superman.
Superman.
Jackson, you don't review Hallmark movies, do you?
No.
Would you take a shot at one?
Maybe for like a special.
Have you ever
episode.
watched one?
Yeah. It's not unlike that description I just read. It's almost always big city, man or woman, heads back to small town, falls in love with like a veterinarian there who somehow lives in way too big a house for the likely salary they're making.
Going to try to save dad's business.
Just land on land on land. And then the person's about to go back to the big city, but finds that they like the slow country life with this person better.
That's it.
Yeah, more or less.
And during the winter, I think the Christmas movies start soon.
Yeah, they'll pump out about 20.
Always in a Christmas tree lot with a perfect amount of snowfall.
Yeah, yeah. They're like it's like specialized veterinary. They're like doggy dentists and stuff.
But there are
like
a lot
that.
of people that like the wholesomeness of it all.
And
there's not a lot of shootings and murders or cursing or
Sure.
people acting horrible to each other.
Yeah, it goes great with some tapioca.
Huh.
Tapioca.
Goes great with tapioca and a nap.
Steve Perry had a Christmas album. FYI.
Did he really?
Yeah, if you want to.
Did he really?
Maybe that's why he didn't feel like part of the band.
Feels like everyone has. Should we come out with one? TMA Christmas?
Not a bad idea.
TMA Winter Holiday album?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll do that. I'm in. Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. That's on the Stiefel dossier. Brad Thompson is coming your way at 10:15 here on the program. And Dr. Brandon Pryor will be happy to take care of you at 100 West Dental and on Manchester right there in Baldwin. That's 100westdental.com. Now, if you are in the market and you've been thinking about Invisalign, they have a great deal at 100 West Dental. You mentioned my name, you get $1,000 off at 100 West Dental on Invisalign. 100 West Dental allows you to get in with no phone call needed. Just go to 100westdental.com, check the calendar online for availability, and you book right then and there. It's 100 West Dental, and if you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. It's 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com, located on Manchester in Baldwin. Martin is heading out for onboarding. We will be talking it over with Brad Thompson. Martin, have a wonderful day. We'll see you again tomorrow. What do you got on onboarding? Do you see anything in your dossier for onboarding?
We're actually giving Heim the day off. He says he's been asked to call Mo back.
Wow.
So we got maybe some development there.
Wow.
A little onboarding, and then we'll get to speak to Heim. What are we, 2 months out? 3 months out.
Yeah.
October.
It's almost there. It's
almost
time. I'll see you tomorrow. Martin, Brad Thompson coming up on the program, talking trade deadline, then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years and online at igotfloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring. You can go online, and right now you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just come in and you can talk to them. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There's a reason that Michael's Floorings continue to grow over the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all at Michael's Flooring. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Dardenne Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving working with Michael's and loving getting floored at Michael. Make sure you visit him online at igotfloored.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais as Martin Kilcoyne heads to meet for onboarding, and little Jackie Papers on the 1s and 2s. 10 o'clock hour, and we called an audible as Brad Thompson joins us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, are you fine with him joining us at 10:11 as opposed to 9:30?
It's hard for me to adjust, but I'll try to do it for him.
Oh, what a gentleman.
Okay.
Brad, I imagine you have the utmost gratitude to Doug Vaughn.
Look, I appreciate it. Being pliable is always something Doug has been, he struggled with. Let's be totally honest.
Yeah,
so
that was a problem early
I
in his career.
appreciate it. I appreciate it today. I am here in Kirkwood running around Magic House with Fred Bird. So sneaking off, if you hear any kids screaming, they're just terrified of a 7-foot bird. Don't worry about that.
That's all that's going on. How are things at the Magic House? I would imagine it could be packed with the heat conditions outside.
Look, the Magic House, it just opened up. They got summer camps going on, got a couple of hundred kids. Now it's just open to the public. So you imagine the response when somebody sees Fred Bird around here. I know everybody, this isn't a Magic House commercial, but it easily could be. The place is awesome. Bring your kids, come check it out. But it is a lot of fun. I'm sure that, Doug, back in the day, I bet you had your kiddos at the Magic House. Tim, I'm sure you've been to the Magic House.
Oh, quite a bit. No, you better believe it.
Sure.
Doug, you remember the touch tunnel?
What? No.
So help me.
That was at high school.
Wow.
Touch tunnel?
How will Brad and I explain that to our kids? That was an unfortunate, very
I'm just
unfortunate.
trying to place it.
Very unfortunate. No, it was at the Magic House, and then they had to shut it down. I don't know why.
I don't think I remember
up on that. No, it was a little like you had to get your way through like a maze that was pitch black by using just your hands.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been revised now.
Okay. he's already done his journalism. This guy.
Yeah, it's a sight tunnel now.
See, yeah, it's a sight tunnel. Better. Brad, we got trade deadline week, and was reading from Jeff Passan in the 9 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. He's got 4 Cardinals in his top 50 of players that he expects to be moved and are desired by other teams. Ryan Helsley ranked 18th. Nolan Arenado ranked 23rd, and he's got Steven Matz and Phil Maton in the 40s. What do you think we're going to see from the Cardinals this week when it comes to level of activity?
Yeah, look, I think all of those names make sense. Arenado, the outlier, right? We all know his situation. We talked about it last week. He's got the no trade. He can pick where he wants to go. Did not want to go to Houston before. Houston still looks like a pretty good landing spot. Houston looks like a landing spot for a couple of guys. I mean, they were looking for somebody that could play left and second. That's got Donnie written all over it. I don't know if they're going to entertain ideas for that either. It was funny, not funny, but I was got a chance to MC Wayno's event last night, his big league bash that he did out at the factory. Awesome concert. And before the concert, there was a little meet and greet area where Steven Matz, who's very, very big and helpful with big league impact, and Ryan Helsley, both of them have stepped up big time. They were both there. And as that was going on, I get a pop-up on my phone that said the Cardinals have made a trade. And I'm like, oh, is it one of them? This is going to be awkward if it's one of those two right in the middle of the event. It happened to be Eric Fetty, who goes, as you guys know, to the Braves. That's how that DFA works. You got 10 days to be able to move a piece. But no, I think that's the way that I see it, too. I feel like you can't be even if you sweep the Marlins and you're a game and a half out of the wild card, 3 games or a week should not change the way that you look at a season, right? If you're thinking about this as a transition and looking for pieces to help you in the future, and if you're also realizing that you have some other pieces that can step into roles and you'll get some young players an opportunity, and who knows, maybe the Cardinals can do something like the Tigers were able to do last year where they sold pieces and then went on a freaking roll. I think you still have to do that. That is easy to say from the outside. It's not easy to do from the inside. I'm sure that there's a lot more that goes into it than meets the eye, especially when it comes to the return of some of these players. But I expect, especially in the bullpen, significant turnover. And I don't know. I just don't know what to expect, guys, from the position player side. Like, do you guys not want or hope? Do you expect a position player to move?
I have to tell you this. I was surprised to see Katie Wu. Of course, I'm not criticizing the report at all. I'm saying I was surprised to see her report over the weekend about Brendan Donovan. Now, clearly it wasn't the Cardinals saying they want to move him so much as the Yankees had expressed interest before acquiring McMahon from the Rockies, and the Dodgers still have interest considering their situation with their injuries. And then, as you made reference to, Brad, the injury situation in Houston. And of note, you may be aware of this, you may not, revisiting it for the audience's purposes, the Astros, per Feinstein's reporting, not interested in Nolan Arenado, despite the situation with Paredes and the injuries and many injuries that they have in Houston. So they would not revisit Arenado, but he says Arenado will likely be the second place prize for whoever doesn't get Suarez here over the next few days.
Yeah, it really is, with Arenado specifically, just very interesting to see what that market looks like and what kind of money that teams would be willing to pay down. I believe he's owed $42 million, something like that, over the next two. And look, let's be honest, offensively, he is not lighting the world on fire. It's not like you believe that as soon as you acquire him that he's going to change your lineup. Very well could. We know that he's Cooperstown bound, but that one's interesting. And going back to the Donovan rumors, yeah, I guarantee you there's a ton of teams that are interested and making phone calls. And if you're Mo, if you're Heimblum, if you're this front office, I think your job right now is to listen to everything and see how you can make your club better. I don't believe that there is a want to trade Donnie. Like they love the individual, the way that he goes about it, the work ethic, and I understand the idea of, hey, you got J.J. Weatherhold coming, he could slide into that role, he's way younger, but you also have a culture guy there, right? Like you have a guy that they set the tempo, this is how we want to play Cardinal baseball in Donovan. So there's a lot more that goes into a deal like that, but I feel like you kind of have to listen to a little bit of everything, because if some team believe, and again, just spitballing, I hate doing this, like talking about different guys and moving, but 'tis the season. If somebody comes to you and they believe that Donovan is the missing piece and the missing piece to win a championship, you're willing to give up a lot to get a piece like that. If you looked at the return and said, man, how do we not do this? And I kind of feel like your hand gets forced in a situation like that.
If they trade someone like that, do you think the priority for a return is going to be starting pitcher? They're going to run out of starting pitchers here next year if they don't start to get a few people.
Yeah, Doug, I still definitely think that is something that you are looking for, is controlled, high upside swing and miss pitching. So whether that be a guy that has some, and obviously you're only getting this if you're giving away something big. You're not getting that for a middle reliever or something like that. But the idea of it, if you're giving away something big, yeah, you want to shoot for that. That's what you're missing desperately. You look at the Cardinal starters overall, their numbers are not fantastic. July, they got an ERA north of 7. I do look forward to watching the next one for McGreevy. Wasn't his day. Hopefully in 5 days against this same Padres team, he ends up having a better one. But yeah, I think that's what you're missing drastically. That's what they obviously focused on at the draft, is getting some high upside swing and miss pitching. So definitely something that you would want in return. Now, I don't know exactly what the return looks like when we're talking about, Matz, Maton. These guys are really going to help teams if they do, in fact, get moved. But it's different than moving a piece that jumps right into the middle of your lineup.
Brad Thompson joining us here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. You can watch it at youtube.com/TMASTL. Brad with us every Monday here throughout the baseball season. Attendance-wise, tonight could really be an intriguing situation because you've got the Marlins. It's a Monday night. The team is in sell mode, and you've got temperatures that are record-breaking heat in the area. What have you seen and heard regarding the Cardinals and the mindset with the attendance? Because you guys were in Denver last week, and as bad as that thing is, and that's record-setting bad, they had more people in the ballpark than we've had at Busch Stadium.
Yeah, and they had a whole lot of red there, too. You guys know this. Cardinal fans travel very well to Denver. But you're right. Look, the worst thing that you can have in a ball club is apathy, right?
Yes,
you want people to be intrigued and interested in them one way or the other. And certainly the energy around the ballpark has been very good. And while it hasn't been a packed house, it hasn't been Savannah Banana packed over the last homestand. I still think the energy's good. You're right. Tonight is going to be a hard one. I told you we're here at the Magic House. We were just shooting something outside. I can't complain because I'm not dressed up in a 7-foot bird costume, but it's miserably hot, like already. And this is at, a little after 10 in the morning. So I can imagine what it's going to be like a little bit later. But attendance, I'm sure, is something that they're keeping a keen eye on. You can't make people come to the ballpark. You hope to just put out as good of a product as you can. You also have to build towards the future. There's a fine line there, too. We were talking about some of the behind-the-scenes things. It's easy to pull the trigger on some moves when you're thinking about one thing, but if you're thinking about also butts in the seats, making it interesting, competing for this year, those are different choices that you end up making. So I'll be interested to see what it looks like. The Marlins are not chock full of household names, and by the way, they're a team that might end up getting ravaged at this trade deadline. Yeah. They've been playing great baseball as of late. I mean, they've rattled off, I think it was, 20 wins in the last 29 games, something like that. So they've been cruising, but they're not packing the house. The tonight's starter, Cabrera, might be on the move. Sandy Alcantara, while having a bad year, 20 starts and a 6.66 mark of the beast ERA. I think that he could be on the move. He might be a guy that people would be interested in. They've got some players, so I'll be interested to see what it looks like tonight. But the not the best forecast for a beautiful day at the ballpark, but always fun to come to the yard. You guys know that.
Oh yeah. Now, when you were playing, did you always worry about the trade deadline? You'd lose a lot of sleep, wondering if you were going to get moved?
Nope. Usually they move people that can help another club. So generally, I did not have too many rumors. There was only one year. I think it might have been 2005. Might have been my rookie year where like MLB trade rumors had me maybe going to the Pirates for Matt Morris or something like that. I'm like, that could be something. But no, generally did not. But like as a team, it's especially right now with a team like the Cardinals, like from a human standpoint, when you know what spot they're in, and you know that these guys could be on the move, it's an unsettling time because like as an individual, you may know that you're probably not going anywhere, but your teammates are, and you spend more time with your teammates than you do your family. I mean, it truly is. It is a family. You spend all the time with these guys. You love them. You care about them, and so at this time of the year, it stinks when you might be pulling some pieces away from that. And that's where you really have to dial in mentally and focus on the task at hand, because it can be hard right now as we're on the quote-unquote hug watch for the next 3-4 days.
Hug watch. Doug, your guy Randall Grichuk had an embrace with his Diamondbacks teammates before heading to the Royals
did he
during
really?
the weekend. Yeah. Okay. Right in the middle of the game.
Brad, who would you say are Cardinal untouchables, guys they absolutely would not trade?
Well, Weatherholt would be untouchable, and I guess we'll just skip the guys that have no trade clauses at this point. I don't think that anybody really should be off limits. Now, I do think that there are some guys that you're not buying or selling high on. Like Walker, you could say, let's trade Walker, who, by the way, has looked a lot better lately. Yeah. I'm not saying he's lighting the world on fire, but he's looked better. But you're not selling high on that. I don't think that they'd be interested in selling a first-round pick with a lot of upside in a situation like this. I would say the same thing potentially even maybe with Gorman in a spot like this. But I think that the untouchables are very few and far between. Well, what kind of a list did you guys have as far as untouchables go?
I think you'd add the guy they just drafted in the first round.
That guy.
Can you trade a guy right after he got drafted?
I do not believe so.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, they've signed him though, so he's their property. I don't know if that matters.
Yeah, I think that you might have to wait a year or maybe a half year. I don't know. I could be wrong on that. Yeah. I thought that used to be a thing. Either way, yeah, I would 100% agree that Liam Doyle would be on that list.
Yeah, I don't know who else you'd put on. Maybe Herrera.
Yeah, Herrera is an interesting case, and I guarantee you, if you asked Ollie about an untradeable list, I bet he would have Herrera there. You know who else I would put in that mix? I would put Matthew Liberatore in that mix. I still believe that
That's
he's
interesting.
I would. I think high upside, left-handed young pitcher, like with team control. I still put him there. I know that we saw a great start to him the first 10 starts of the year. We saw him come back to earth a little bit. I still believe that that is a guy that you want to keep around and has a lot more left in the tank. And I was saying with Herrera, I guarantee you if you ask Ollie about untouchables, Herrera's on his list. I mean, this guy, his bat changes everything. We see it. When he's not in the lineup, things look a lot different. The interesting part and the hard part when it comes to Herrera is he's kind of positionless, right? I mean, you've got Pages doing the bulk of catching. When he's not catching, it's Pozo. He's DHing, and that takes up a role where you could be getting a veteran off their feet. So if there is a huge return for even a guy like Herrera, at least you're listening at this point. But I think that he would fall a lot closer to the not moving pile than the moving pile.
Who do you think is calling the shots over the next 3-4 days?
Look, I have no idea, to be totally honest.
Okay, and that's why I'm asking the question, and I know it might not really be a clear. My guess is that it is a conglomerate,
collaborative.
Yeah, that's what I would think, because at this point now it might be a different conversation if the Cardinals are leading the division or 4 games back of the division, and right there, that's not the case now. But this is about the future. But as far as untouchables go, Brad, I think everything that I would say, maybe minus Mason Wynn, would be your minor league guys, like you said, with Weatherholt. I just have personally, as both a fan and somebody who's been hosting a show during this last decade, have been frustrated because the Cardinals, I feel like in 16, 17, and 18, 2019 an NLCS year, 2020 an outlier, in 23 and 24 have not necessarily taken a clear lane on a plan and then executing it. And I feel like what we're seeing here over the last handful of years is reaping what you sow when you kind of try and stay in. Okay, we kind of want to stay in it, but we kind of are out of it. And that's why I would love to see them be, and I guess aggressive isn't the right term, but active in selling this week. That's what I would like to see. And I think a lot of fans feel that way as well. I don't know if we will see it. And I realize the no trade clauses can factor into that. But that's what I would like to see as they start to really turn the page and stay on that road as they try to get this thing back on top.
Yeah, Tim, I think you bring up a very fair point about the last couple of years of playing it, the whole riding the fence, right? You're kind of patching holes. You bring in a starter for $9-10 million here, but you realize that it's kind of, what it's going to be, and playing it safe and kind of hoping you get there. I think that is fair, and I do think that a lot of the moves that they've made and shown here in the draft, and I do think that this trade deadline will have a little bit of something to do with that. And I think that this year, honestly, only going out and getting that one free agent, which, by the way, was a really good one, and Phil Maton laid, and who might end up bringing you a good return if you do, in fact, move him, kind of told you what they wanted to do. They didn't want to be in that middle zone anymore. They did want more clarity on that young core of theirs. Now, I don't know if we've gotten all the clarity that we want. I think that there are still some question marks on a few different guys. Yeah. But I definitely understand that whole middle of the road, and that's exactly what they want to get out of.
Hey, this just came in via the text inbox. I think it's an interesting thought. It's from the 618. Just a crazy thought. Do you think they would consider trading Contreras so Herrera could be the first baseman next year and let him continue to DH and use Burleson at first base the rest of this year, and you would get a number 2 or 3 starter in return and a prospect or 2? I really like the idea of trading Contreras. It's not I don't dislike the guy. I'm looking at where the team is, and he's occupying a space. I don't think the Cardinals would get that kind of return for him, considering the contract. But I realize, again, this gets into the no trade clause, guys.
Yeah.
And I have not seen his name mentioned anywhere, whereas I have seen Sonny Gray's name. We talked about Nolan Arenado earlier, and it's been clear on the part of the organization and Miles Michaelis that he is not interested in going anywhere, even though he only has 2 months left on his deal. What do you think about that thought process? Because it kind of tends to the deadline and also the position question we were discussing with Herrera.
Yeah, just overall on the surface, the idea is solid, right? I don't believe, and I don't know this for fact, but it's my belief and understanding that Contreras does not want to go anywhere at all. So I don't think that is part of it's going to happen. But the idea of opening up the position for a young bat. That's exactly what they did, not as young, but that's exactly what they did for Contreras, a guy that wasn't as good behind the plate. You wanted his bat in the lineup every day. He turned himself into a really good first baseman. I believe that Herrera is a good enough athlete to do that, and then you piggyback with Burleson. No, absolutely love the concept of it. Back to your point, Tim, I'm not sure exactly what the return would end up being. You'd have to pay down a lot of that salary of Contreras. But, yeah, and that's like all of these ideas. I guarantee you, like the war rooms for all of these teams, not just the Cardinals, they're kicking around almost every scenario. And with the wild card situation the way that it is, so many teams in the mix, there are so many variables, so much up and down. But the idea on the surface certainly makes sense from the text line, which is always a great source of trade.
Thank you very much, Doug. The text line is the best source for trade information.
I would think so.
Brad Thompson with us here on Mondays, giving us his perspective. I will be intrigued to see how different the club looks when Brad joins us next Monday. Will there be a lot of moves, or will they be kind of riding the fence again? I would anticipate at least 3 players who are on the roster right now not being around. We will see if there will be more coming up over the course of the week. Brad, enjoyed the conversation. Enjoy your perspective as well. We always enjoy talking to you, man, so thanks so much.
No problem, guys. You guys take care. Have a good rest of your week. I'm going to go chase some kids around the Magic House.
Sounds like a plan. Okay. Brad Thompson at the Magic House with Fred Bird. Boy, I bet that Magic House on these days, these kinds of days, fill it up. Couple weeks left of summer for the kids. Got to get them to the Magic House.
Have you ever touched the static electricity ball and seen your hair?
No, it's a ball. It's a ball joke.
Really unfortunate.
Yeah, thank you, Jackson. That was low hanging fruit.
Well, I mean, I didn't think
like
you
his
did
beard
it the
hair
last
stands up.
2 or 3 years,
2 or 3 decades.
But when you were younger,
oh God, it's tough.
Struggling to get over that.
Ask if I can get on the Screaming Eagle for the height requirements. Is that what we're going to do in the next segment?
You and someone else, like in a trench coat, on top of each other.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. That'd be hot too.
I want to ride the Screaming Eagle.
I get to be the bottom.
That's the ideal spot.
You can email in and chastise Doug for the unfortunate comment. Do you go in there now, though? Now that you got a full lid.
I don't really go in there.
Give it a test run.
But every time someone goes there, they take a picture of themselves touching the static ball, and their hair's flying.
On that hair transplant through its paces.
Yeah, what if the hair transplant?
Oh, wow. That'd be interesting. Might all fall out at that
come
point.
flying out.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up on the program. This program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Come check out Aesthetic Design and Build's showroom in Chesterfield Valley and let their expert team walk you through all the different outdoor solutions that they offer, from pergolas and retractable screens all the way to their patented underdecking system. Their goal is to provide a custom solution that matches the look and the feel of your home. That's Aesthetic Design and Build, and that's Dan and his team. I've gotten to know them, really like the work they do and really like the people they are and the way they do business. They don't offer one particular product that they hard sell. They offer products that they trust from multiple leading manufacturers and let the customer decide what products best fit their budget, their needs, and their taste. That's what they do at Aesthetic Design and Build. They are online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. I've been there. It is one incredible showroom. You get to see so much of the work that they do, and it's custom work. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Jackson, are you getting us fired up for the Gers?
Yeah. And
you going down there for that game against Kansas?
Nope, got a wedding.
Oh, that's right.
Another wedding.
Well, that's the wedding I'm going to. It's the only wedding on the books right now for the fall.
Okay.
That song makes an appearance in the new video game, too.
Does it?
Yeah.
Does it?
With the accompanying chant?
I don't think it's at Faroe. I think they have it at maybe Michigan State.
Once again,
like
Michigan taking stuff from us. Block M and now Mr. Brightside.
How about that, Doug?
I don't think we have to give up the block M to Michigan.
I refuse to
Now when
concede.
they're wearing Vianney helmets.
Especially if they're gonna use Mr. Brightside. We're digging all the way in on the block M then.
Okay. I think we need to reclaim that M and wear it every Saturday. Every week, block M. Black helmet, not white, not yellow. Black helmet with the block M.
What do you think they wear against KU? You think they go black jerseys, gold pants, block M?
I hope they go old school and not something new and
They'll wear a black helmet with the oval tiger, maybe the block M, black jersey, white pants.
There it is.
I would put
I'll be there.
all my money on
Got
that.
hotel room for Friday night and Saturday night. I won't even know my name.
No, you will not. You'll be singing Mr. Brightside, whistling Mr. Brightside in your sleep.
I can't wait. Can't
You
wait.
get drunk before the game or after?
Both of them.
Signal guys doing anything to welcome you back?
We're just happy to have them back on campus.
Yeah, I don't know where their home would be.
Right. But anytime you're a two-term rush chairman, you're treated with the proper respect.
Oh, you really?
And there is no statute of limitations on that.
That's correct. I'm still out trying to rush 17-year-old boys.
Yeah, even though this was like 30 years ago now, wasn't it?
Right. But that's the gravitas.
They
I mean,
still
Brad
were
Pitt
the
was
ones
4
there.
years ago.
The guys there who weren't born when you were the rush chairman, they're going to come and honor you for being the rush chairman.
Correct.
You were a chairman?
Rush chairman.
That makes me feel even better about being a chairman.
Yeah.
God,
Do that one.
Yeah, that's a better going. That other one might be having to go by the wayside. Jackson has this audio from Charles Barkley that I deep teased, and I'm anxious to hear. What do we have going on here? Jackson and I just met in the restroom privately to talk badly about the two of you.
That's what we usually like to do.
And Jackson, what do you got going on?
Chairman Kurt texted me earlier this morning. I guess he listened to the Pardon My Take interview with Charles Barkley just recently. I think it dropped this morning, right, Kurt?
Yep.
And I took a listen to it and said, hey, you know what? Pretty good stuff here. So I'll let the audio speak for itself.
I got a couple quick hitters for you. Yes. Last time that you had a bar of soap get stuck in your ass.
So, I travel with my own soap. It's a conspiracy by these hotels.
Yeah.
These little ass bar of soap.
That's how they get you.
And they're out to get me. Yeah. They're out to get big asses. I never used a rag. I just used a bar of soap to scrub my body down. And I was wiping my ass a couple times. I had oh my God, that was close. So now, I travel with my own soap. I'm never taking a chance with hotel soap again. You can lose those little bars.
You can't roll that down.
No, you cannot.
I love it.
Because once it's in there, it's in there.
I got to. You said one time that you kept Vaseline inside your belly button?
Yes, I used to. Carl Malone told the story. I filled it up before the game because there's nothing worse than a person with big lips. And during the game, after you lick your lips a few times, they get all crusty and white. Mm-hmm. So I used to stick Vaseline in my belly button. And it's
a good place to hide it.
Yeah.
When it like slide out, once you start to sweat, the Vaseline just drips out?
No, it stays in there a little bit because you have to reload at halftime.
I guess if you got to pick a hole to keep Vaseline in.
That's the right hole. Yeah, the other hole was blocked by soap.
Yeah, it's got soap. Yeah.
There it is. Doug's really in deep thought as he listened to that.
What show was that on?
That was on Pardon My Take. with
Number
Big
one
Ken.
sports podcast in the world, Doug.
Okay, a podcast, not
After
a
Hours.
network
Yes,
show.
that's right.
Okay.
Some breaking Cardinal news. Doug, this will get you fired up.
Okay.
Tekoah Roby is going to have Tommy John surgery, and he will not be pitching for your St. Louis Cardinals until at least 2027. Katie Wu with that report.
Wonderful news. He was a guy that they had high hopes for when they made the trade, right? I thought we might see him by now.
He threw 5 2/3 on July 11th for the Memphis Redbirds, giving him a 3-1 record with a 0.86 ERA and a 1.10 WHIP after that start. And it looked like he was trending But now he is going to have Tommy John surgery, and he will not be pitching until 2027.
Okay. It seems like they all need it at some point.
So that's
might as well happen when he's not making $20 million a year.
There's some news regarding the Cardinals. I would imagine we'll be saying that a few times here over this week. All right, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up. This is TMA at 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Katie Wu just tweeting out moments ago that Cardinals pitching prospect Tekoah Roby is undergoing Tommy John surgery, underwent Tommy John surgery on Friday, and will likely not pitch until 2027, as multiple sources are telling The Athletic. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. BK and Ferrario coming your way at 11 a.m. Fastlane coming your way at 2 o'clock. Doug, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming your way right now. Oh, hold on a second. You want to tell me about Schaefer Door Company and Jason Gosrow?
Sure, because sometimes garage doors go bad. They go rogue. They get angry on you, and they don't work anymore. And then you're wondering, what do I do now? I can't get the car out. Well, I'll tell you what you do. You call Schaefer Door. Schaefer Door Company service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and Mister. They are versatile. They've got that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. For whatever reason, it seems that when garage doors go bad, it happens on a Monday morning. They service all kinds of commercial doors as well. If you run a business or a warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs also. And the business has multiple family members working there. It's big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that when you call them on the phone, an actual person will take your call and work you through your problem. The service techs are not commission-based. Do they have a phone number? Yes, they do. Do you want to write it down? Yes, you do. Here it comes. 636-782-3608. One more time, 636-782-3608. That is Schaefer Door. Their website is schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Doug, Paul Harvey, Milk Mustache is your leader.
Okay.
As we head down the stretch in the month of July. Hey, guys, Happy Gilmore 2 was fantastic, but not as good as having Tim back. Riz may have a king, but we have our no kink-shaming savior. Now that he's returned, I'm leaving that second class in the dust like Chairman Kirk did. Chairman Kirk did. The QT criminal? Our savior may fall short in his height, but delivers with a large package of wisdom, kindness, and grace. Thanks, listener to be named later.
Listener to be named later.
To my stallmate at the Love's truck stop in New Florence, Missouri last night, I would like to say I'm sorry. I have nothing to apologize for, but I'm sorry for whatever the hell this man was going through. When I heard him race in, I knew he meant business. I peeked under the stall when he urgently dropped trowel. Was baffled to see he was wearing size 50 by 27 pant. It said it right there on the Levi 514 tag. I didn't even know they made such a size. He was wearing flip-flops, but from what I could tell, he should have been wearing combat boots. Not only was this man fighting a war, he was going to need to pick himself up by the bootstraps after the battle. I wanted to help, but there's not much you can do. I even tried to offer words of encouragement, but the stank left me speechless. I hurried out and went to the register, gave the cashier a 20 and told her to get a hot shower ready for the next guy that walks out of the bathroom. I left before he ever made it out. I hope he made it out alive. Godspeed, my friend. That's from Haven't Seen My Ween since 03.
Huh. Haven't seen his something since 03. You don't have to clip that off.
As today is the St. Charles Hermaphrodite's birthday, I have penned a haiku to pay homage to his favorite member of the program. Finasteride cap and Frank Haith body pillow. Sweet slumber awaits.
That was his name? Sweet slumber awaits?
No, it looks like it comes from a guy named Greg, but I don't know if he wants his full name
hello,
out there.
Greg. All right. Greg.
Welcome home, Tim. So much to get to from the two shows you missed. Mr. Licks called in and it didn't go very well. He wanted a good deep dive on this Grant Horvat Barracuda sponsor exemption story nobody is talking about. He called in to talk about Grant Horvat.
Correct.
How'd that play?
Not great. Not great. Meanwhile, we had a decent little convo about it, though.
Licks didn't get the answer he was looking for and called Welly a boomer, then tried to talk about giving back to the community charity before hitting eject on his own call because it was going so poorly. Strong call. Rack him. Ours is the type of presentation where a blind man from a sweaty taint of Jefferson County feels free to drop in at any time and stew on hold for days before finally getting through to hold Tim accountable for not going to him 3 days earlier. When he was told on Thursday that Tim was not in, Pesters replied, "That's okay. I'll get even with him somehow." Yikes. Chairman Kurt really flashed during Friday's show amidst the news of Hulk Hogan's passing with his hot take that Ric Flair should not be on the Mount Rushmore of professional wrestlers. He spoke about cultural zeitgeist and scolded Doug for not watching the program before ultimately acquiescing as he gave Flair the Teddy Roosevelt spot at The Undertaker's expense. Can't wait to see what Moda can do at the deadline. Never mind that he saddled the franchise with all those unmovable contracts in the first place, or that he spent all offseason unsuccessfully trying to unload them. Let's give the lame duck GM one more chance to give away another future LCS MVP because, as Logan Roy would say, the DeWitts are not serious people. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the recessed lady's breast.
Buck Swope.
And finally, thanks to all those who participated in last weekend's St. Louis Faith and Leadership Golf Retreat at the Lake of the Ozarks, a weekend of reflection, fellowship, and 9-hole scrambles for dads with kids at the country's Catholic parish power schools. Doug, there's power school.
Oh, I'd say there are, yeah, for sure.
St. Gabriel, of course, being the Alabama.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's, he said, county. We're in the limits. By Friday night, the Bluetooth had switched from Zach Brown to Genuine's Pony. And Marcy, in her Visitation Mom monogram cover-up, was quoting St. Augustine while aggressively pursuing someone else's husband on a pool noodle. Tahoe's dad slew class of 08.
Tahoe's dad.
Tahoe, is that a common name?
Oh, boy.
Tahoe's dad was riding high on nose beers. His own golf tech stats. He watched his second wife pour scented holy oil on a lunch mom from Nearinks. Lanier's mom. Lanier is a name now? Is that named after former first base coach Hal Lanier, Doug?
Probably. He was a good baseball man. Shortstop for the Giants.
Lanier's mom, Incarnate Word 99, was twerking on the sun deck holding a WWJD Stanley, yelling, "Dock me, Daddy." Back in St. Louis, we'll return to the carpool line in the front pews. We'll shake Father's hand, hand out donuts, and lock eyes with those we hung out with behind tinted boat windows, and no one will say a word. Because this is virtue at its highest tier, monogrammed and Midwestern. That's from Klaus Garderbaum.
Gosh.
Klaus
Garderbaum. Klaus Garderbaum. He's new.
He's a Vianney class of 89, and he says he's a fisher of men. Doug, that's what we have for the design and heating and cooling email.
He's a little disjointed, Klaus. I like Greg. He had a stupid email and forgot to put his name on there. But I think the best one was Buck Swope.
I'm going Greg.
I like Swope.
Buck Swope is one, the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Congratulations to Buck Swope. You, my friend, are a little champion and has closed the gap to, I think, just one, or maybe it's two. Hell, I don't know. Two. Behind, was it Dalton?
Paul Harvey, milk mustache.
Oh.
There are the standings. BK and Ferrario are coming up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for Brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.